Welcome to the World Series of Poker Europe 2024. The final table of the 550 PLO 8 Max is about to begin. The final 8 players will battle it out for a first place prize of 56,000 euros and of course the coveted WSOP Europe bracelet. We have a stacked final table of players from around the world, so let's see who becomes the champion. Let's shuffle up and deal.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2024 World Series of Poker Europe. This is the PLO 8 Max final table. Hope you're all very well on this Monday afternoon, or Tuesday afternoon now. We've got the chip counts here. Thomas Kosub with 70 bigs is your chip leader, 4.2 million. Quarter of the chips in play. Claudio Di Amo with 48 bigs is in second place. Then you've got Stefan Kostner in third with 45 big blinds. Vladimir Kokulin with 32 bigs. Andrei Schmack with 31 bigs. Ivan Nikolov with 20. Christian Banov with 13. And Damian Radanov with 10 bigs. My name is Action Man Dan, your Irish pundit, your broadcaster for the duration of this event, with my co-host, Alan, the giveaway Go Finn. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right, mate. How are you doing?
Pretty good now, after getting through those pronunciations, the hard parts out of the way.
Not easy, bro.
Had a good sleep, had a good breakfast, and I am fighting fit and ready to go. So good afternoon, wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. It's the double stuff today, the double trouble, the PLO. A lot of fans out there love these kind of games, especially when we swap 2 cards for 4. So that's what you're getting today. Cards are about to be in the air. It'll be lights, camera, action in no time. Let's go. Crowned our first champion yesterday. Around 10 p.m. it was, or even earlier. Nice, fast, action-packed day to kick off our week of World Series of Poker Europe streaming for your viewing pleasure. And Alan, I believe we've got something we need to tell the fans about today.
Oh, that's right. Nearly forgot about that because it was just announced us there very recently, about 5 minutes ago. But we are going to be doing some giveaway, guys, and this was something that I excelled in, according to Dan, last year. Excuse me. So we're going to have 10 codes to give away for a raffle that'll be held towards the end of the series, I believe. And we're going to do it for each elimination. So it's going to be a very basic question, possibly a one-word answer, I would assume. And it's going to be a first come, first serve basis. So the first person to answer the question that I ask will be given a code at the end of the stream. I will contact you directly on Twitch. So make sure you have your direct messages on public. I think that's a thing you need to possibly change on Twitch. Not everyone did that last year, and I had a bit of issue contacting some guys directly. But yeah, we're going to be giving away 10 codes, loads of prizes up for grabs, guys. I will get a list of them prizes over this stream so you guys know what you're possibly going to be winning. But as I said, you cannot be entered into this raffle without getting that question right. So be prepared for that. I think we're going to do it after each elimination and maybe do 2 towards the heads up situation. So keep an eye out for them.
Well said, Alan. And the fun part is you get to say that every time we go on a break for the new viewers
Indeed.
that tune
Indeed.
in. You get to
I've
do
been
it for the whole week. It's your favourite.
yeah. As I said, I was christened the giveaway goat this time last year, so kind of didn't have much of a choice to adhere to that again this year. But I enjoyed it. Always keep it pumped for the questions. Get you guys riled up for it. But yeah, first come, first serve. First answer correct gets that ticket code, and it is not restricted to one person. So as I say, keep an ear out technically for the questions. Be swift about it, and let's have some fun today, then.
Well, we had a lot of fun yesterday.
Indeed.
Crowning Premslav Szymanski as our first opening circuit event champion. Or, well, sorry, not circuit event. This is the World Series of Poker Europe.
Correct.
He won 105,000 euro, wins the first gold bracelet. My apologies. I will apologize that time. And a really nice start for him. Granted, he got very lucky towards the end, but it was an action-packed day. It was so much fun in the boot yesterday, and I expect nothing nonetheless. Same sort of a situation today, especially. We've got 4 cards instead of 2, and they are playing for over 56,000 euro for the champion, I believe. 56,100 euro. All remaining players guaranteed well over 5 grand now, so things are really heating up. I'm not as familiar with any of the players here. Claudio Di Giacomo stands out to me, and I've seen Stefan Kostner before also. After that, Ivan Nikolov is someone I've seen on the live stream. So you will see some popular names, but you will see some PLO superstars just appear out of nowhere that I wouldn't be as familiar with, and I don't think Alan would be either. So if you have any additional information about any of the players today, let me know. Pocket says, make sure to open your whispers. I think that was a bit of an issue last year. There was
Yep.
You were trying to get the codes fixed for a few days afterwards, I think, Alan. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was just one of the things that there's a certain setting that you need to change that you can accept messages for, I think, as I said, publicly and not like maybe people you follow or something like that. I'll check that out in the meantime. And if there is any issues with that, I'll obviously try and sort it. But I will just check out if that is some of the settings is what I mean, if that issue does happen in future. But it did happen for a couple of guys last year, to be fair. So yeah, just make sure, as I said, they're not on private and they are public setting, that you can accept whispers on Twitch. If worse comes to worse, just contact me on some of my social media platforms, Alan F Poker. I'll be happy to give it to you there as well. Mostly the same username on probably all of them, I'd say, to be fair. Instagram, Discord, whatever that might be. So yeah, keep an eye out for it either way.
Well, they're about to take their seats. Vamos, me filo. Let's go. Loving those graphics in the background. A beautiful midnight blue. There's our friend from last year as well, Alan, the floor manager, Tillman, or the tournament director.
Yeah, that one. Well, I think it was the first night we were there for the players' party, sharing shots with them.
I think that's the quickest I got out of any building when I've gone anywhere live. So
yeah,
we'll have to give another introduction about your background as well, Alan, each day. So you get to do loads of content.
rinse and repeat stuff.
Oh yeah. Well, I'm well used to saying the words World Series of Poker Europe, and it is upon us.
Indeed.
We broke the cherry yesterday, and second bracelet event today. The 300 euro buy-in. Oh, sorry, it's the 550 euro buy-in. Someone put in the chat yesterday it was 300. 550 euro buy-in, World Series of Poker Europe, PLO 8 Max, event number 2, live from the King's Resort in Relsvedov. 15 bracelets up for grabs throughout this series. 15 million in guarantees. 5 million in the main event. As Alan once said, coming to visit here, it's a no-brainer.
And I'll probably end up saying that at least once over the next 6 streams, I would say. Just roughly at least once. If not, 50 plus, but we'll start with it. We'll start with the min.
Well, the grind is on. All that's left to say really right now is to shuffle up and deal. Shuffle up and peel. I expect we will see many a turn card here today.
Many and all in too, I guess.
Many and all in, many a turn card. And lots of post-flop coin flips. Apocalypse is in the house. What's up, Apocalypse? Apocalypse says last year he could whisper anyone as a mod. Bird could do that on mod view. Okay, we'll have to get you reinstated. You're in the bowl corner. So here we go. We are live. Just having a look at some of the countries that are being represented here. We've got Bulgaria, Austria, Serbia, Italy, Poland, Belarus, and the Ukraine. Incredible disparity of nations. All fighting it out under one roof here for €56,100 and the second bracelet. All the glory that goes with it. I'd say Trunk and Szymanski might have sore heads this morning, and a few others actually that made the pole positions last night.
I mean, technically this time last year we didn't exactly have the best heads in us either, to be fair.
Oh yeah. It's Ebu Yalba's fault there buying us €20 whiskies and wouldn't let us leave. What do you mean you Irish guys come to our party and won't drink with us? I said, oh. We did get out of there at 1 a.m. though. That was honestly impressive.
I forget what time it finished up, man, in hindsight, to be honest, as well.
I think they stayed going until 6 or 7 is what I heard.
Not surprised. Give a set here for Kozyup.
Little set, yeah. Nikolov is going to bet 75k. I'll have to get used to saying pot.
Throw.
And the first 7 hands, lads, we're going to have no percentage for the odds. So we're really having to work for it now. The first 7 hands. Get out your calculators.
Uh-huh. You're studying up yesterday evening, Dan, by any chance, no?
PLO.
Yeah.
I went and played a turbo.
You serious?
Yeah, I had a deep enough run in the turbo. I got like 70. Was on stars though, and I was monitoring GG. They have an amazing series on at the moment. Ben CB, that was the one thing I've been forgetting to say since I sat out. Ben CB spent 13 hours on a laptop in his bed at some hotel or an Airbnb and has made the 5K main event, playing for 4 million for the winner tonight.
Sick.
The cream really does rise to the top, and that's an amazing achievement in itself. Draft Ganger winning 2.8 million in a very similar tournament, might even be the exact same tournament last year.
Yeah, he's not afraid to fire in the big ones, isn't he? He does sometimes post on Instagram or social media, man, talking about some downswings and stuff like that. And given the stakes he's playing, bro, obviously it's pretty goddamn volatile in terms of volume of money. I mean, maybe average buy-in might not be, again, obviously to you and I, it's obviously extreme, but to him, maybe not so much. But, you know, a lot of monster swings when you're talking about 25Ks, 10Ks, 5Ks, whatever, you know.
It's just so easy to go on a $500,000 downswing. It's pretty much the norm at those stakes.
That's the problem. It's very hard to accept that.
It's just like win a house, lose a house,
Yeah.
win 2 houses, lose 1 house, win 3 houses, and so on and so forth. Not forgetting about some Bugattis along the way.
Mm.
I was watching Daniel Negreanu as well. I have to say, he was getting fairly exasperated there towards the end. He did start with 90 big blinds. He had a few unfortunate hands, but he got a deep run nonetheless. They were streaming. Amanda was in the stream as well. Streaming from Montreal, somewhere in Canada anyway.
Mm.
He seemed fairly chirpy listening to his electronic dance music. And he's planning on playing a big series. Yeah, like there's just so much bracelet events on at the moment, Alan, on GG. I know you're not an MTT player, but surely you see them in the lobby.
Oh, I'm aware of them at least. At least.
Yeah, and if you aren't familiar with Alan, and we're going to have new fans in, especially there's certain people that will tune in for PLO that won't tune into others. We'll give you a little bit about Alan's background. He has a poker channel, Alan F Poker. He has been doing really well over the last 12 months or so, building his brand. So be sure to check him out. You can give us some more information there, Alan, if you don't want to be as humble.
No, it's just, I started streaming about a year ago. And I was streaming a lot more than I am nowadays, but still do it every Friday. It's usually a mix of reg tables, 6 max, no limit hold'em, and then some Russian cash that I play on GG, because I am a GG streamer as well, and I have that tag. So yeah, just kind of mostly every Friday I try and do it. Do a lot of content creation throughout the week also. Do a lot of playing off stream as well, 501k, and do some coaching on the side as well. It's more or less that, I believe. But yeah, if you are interested in checking me out, do a lot of stuff on YouTube, do a lot of social media stuff on Instagram as well. And most of my handles, if not all, I believe, is Alan F Poker. So that's ALNFPOKER is the username.
You'll have to start giving away things on your channel now because you're going to be the giveaway go all week, Alan.
I was actually, it's funny you mentioned that because these recorded sessions that people send in that I review their game on a Friday, I think this Friday is actually 52 weeks, and so it's a year doing it basically. And I was going to do an hour of free coaching for, some giveaway in terms of a raffle for people to share a post on social media or something like that. So might happen in future that I might start doing that. But a year doing them sweat session reviews already, which is a little bit crazy to think about. Every single Friday the last 52 weeks.
Yeah, I just see how many videos you have on YouTube is incredible. You really are pumping out the content. I will watch some of the videos. A lot of the stuff isn't applicable to the MTT realm, but there is a lot you can pick up for deep stack poker, irregardless. So you've got all sorts of different content. It's really interesting. There's something for everyone in the audience.
Yeah, I do a podcast as well, man, which is something that I'm not really expecting much out of it, man, but like every time I do it, I kind of have the perception of just being super, super grateful that I get to sit down with whoever. And a couple of the guys that have had on, usually they're like an hour and a half to an hour and 45 minutes or so, thereabouts. And just every time I finish them up or every time I start them, I just repeat to the person that I'm interviewing that super grateful, and I genuinely am very, very grateful to just have the opportunity to talk with whoever, especially the guys that have gone through that journey to get to high stakes cash or, high stakes MTTs and stuff like that. So, as I said, super grateful that I have the opportunity to do it and that people are willing to, come on when I ask them to do it. So I think the next one will be probably in 2 weeks' time, I'd say 2, 3 weeks' time. The next one, a guy from the UK who is a high stakes reg. Well, plays mostly 1K, maybe 2K, 5K as well. So he's a guy from the UK residing in Australia. So that'll be the next guy I have on. So yeah, just as I said, very, very happy that I get to do it, man. And people are willing to get involved on top of that.
That's great. I listened to one, was it episode 3? The guy from Run It Once. It was really good.
Yeah. Patrick Jurison, probably butchering that name, but he's a Dutch player. But like that, he's a high stakes reg man. Trying to play more 5K, I believe, but yeah, mostly just high stakes cash man primarily. But yeah, he's a Dutch player. Free Nachos is his kind of user handle online, or what people recognize him as, especially on Run It Once.
Ah, yes. I couldn't think of the name. So many names popping in and out of my head each week. But yeah, Free Nachos was the name I was trying to think of.
You know what I do, man. That when I have some of these guys on where their surname might be a little bit difficult, and he was a good example of that. That it's spelled like, I don't know, Gerritsen or something like that. But you know, pronunciation of me saying it versus a Dutch person is going to be night and day in terms of like accuracy. So I tend to just say like first name, username online, and try sometimes to avoid the surname because it's just not going to be 100% accurate. I'd rather not bother making an ass out of myself, put it that way.
Yeah, it's not always easy with these pronunciations. Being from Ireland, we do our best. Pigeon
Right,
English,
anyways, yeah.
as they say. Apocalypse wants to go on your podcast. He's going to tell you everything about the Shetland Islands. He has wrote a few books as well, Alan. Maybe, I don't know if he has any poker books out there just yet, but plenty of topics. Very interesting fella.
Mm-hmm.
So welcome wherever you're tuning in from. If it's YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, I see Stratus in the chat. He's back once again. What's up, Stratus? A seaweed podcast. So we're just starting early today.
Service. Can I have double espresso, please, and glass with ice and...
There's a man after me own heart there ordering a double espresso. It's the right time of the day for it. So not too much action in the first couple of hands. 1 or 2 sets, just taking down the pots. We'll have the graphics back up now in a couple of hands' time. Bear with us. So it says another fabulous morning here in Texas.
That is one of the best locations in the US to probably play poker as well. I'd assume maybe Stratos can verify that, but from what I've seen and heard, because Doug Polk has his casino there as well, I believe, and action seems to be just unbelievable for cash games.
Yeah, I'd love to go to Austin, Texas, especially for the comedy. Joe Rogan's place in the Mothership. It's one of the best. They reckon it's the best live music place in the world, like the concerts, all that kind of jazz, DJs, just events non-stop. So you've got the music, the comedy, and the poker, of course. Poker number 1. We've got another person tuning in from the US already. Wow. They get up early just to hear our voices. Isn't that great, Alan? Banov taking that one down with the ace king 9-5. Good morning, Lady Nomuk. Lady Nomuk says, can't miss my guys teaching me the PLO ropes. We're all learning together now in the PLO. Sometimes you don't have too much work to do. They're just getting all in and call. Get used to hearing that word pot. Double suited here for Kozub. Ace Queen 5 deuce. 175 to go. Ace King Queen 7 here for Costner in the small blind. Costner is going to call. Eight, 7, 3 is the flop. Bird says, I wonder why it's called Omaha, and if anyone knows it without Google.
that rules me out.
It's going to go check. Yeah, I'm not actually sure. Google is your friend.
Best bud.
Four diamonds rolls off. Costner still with the best of it here with a pair of sevens, it looks like. Not much in it for either player here, considering it's PLO. It's going to go check on the turn. River is the deuce of diamonds. That brings in the flush if anyone had it. You can see that that's not the case. It's funny that you say, did they start playing it in Omaha, Nebraska? Because Texas, No Limit Hold'em didn't start in Texas. I believe the game originated in France. I'm going to have to Google that to make sure I'm not telling lies. But I'm pretty sure that's where it started. Then it got robbed, like everything else. So the straight for Kozub is going to take that one down.
You're going to see it anyway. anyway.
Buckler says, what a buzzkill. It is amazing, though. It's hundreds of years old, I think. Just the deck of cards in general. Some really interesting history about it online. Like,
I was going to say, I don't know where I'd be without the deck of cards nowadays, to be fair.
Yeah. But it is amazing how many games they created out of 52 cards in a deck.
I know, yeah. I know. It's crazy, the list.
And how they correlate with each other, etc. Otherwise, you'd be working in a factory somewhere.
Been there. Geez, when I think back to that too, bro, some of the places I worked. I mean, the second place where I worked in a medical factory was actually good fun because it was in a warehouse, and you didn't have to gown up or anything like that. So it was a little bit of a free for all, we'll say. But previous place I worked before that was fairly good pay. I'll admit that. Was working 4 days a week, off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, not until I think it was like 4 p.m. on the Monday, and then we'll work Monday to Thursday then. But 10-hour shifts in a clean room, looking at 4 white walls the whole time doesn't sound too overly appealing, to say the least.
Yeah, it's your feathers were too bright to be kept in a cage, Alan.
Yeah, I had that kind of moment of realization as well, bro. Because all I would think about, man, is just poker when I was there, and not that people don't have that perception on any passion that they have, that they think about it nonstop, but definitely towards the time when I finished up, that's all I could think about. Probably 3 to 6 months leading up to it. That okay, I need to make this decision to go full time and try not look back. And thankfully, second time I made that decision. First time it didn't work out, but 4 years ago I quit my job full time, and yeah, maybe even close to 5 years now actually. I haven't looked back since, thankfully.
We do have an all in here from Radonov with the Queen 9-5. And Giacomo with nothing. Forced to let it go on the ace jack 3-2 diamond flop. Well, it just shows hard work pays off, Alan. People have to start somewhere and you have to get a roll somehow. You can't just start at the big boy games. You can't bark like a big dog if you pee like a puppy. Isn't that what they say?
Something along those lines. No, but I do remember, man, when I always bring this up, whether on stream or some of the content that I might do if I'm doing a quarterly review of the last 4 months' results or anything like that, where like even when I quit that job the second time, bro, I was in a situation playing 200 nil, being staked on some really good kind of private app games, and I think 2 weeks after I went full time, I was living away from home, and yeah, the games just basically died, bro, and I had to reevaluate what the whole story was, and they wanted me to move over to Omaha. Again, not to put anyone down playing Omaha nowadays, but in that time frame or in that exact moment, I didn't really want to make that transition. So I kind of, mutual agreement between the two guys that I was working for at that time. I just ended the contract with them, and I had to move down to 25 and 0 on my own dime, bro, and had to move home. And probably the first 2 years, I'd say, was just a constant struggle, making peanuts, if even. And only in the last 12 to 18 months, the results with poker have started getting a lot better, thankfully. But yeah, 4 out of the last 5 years has been more struggle than anything else, I'd say.
Things take time. It's a war of attrition, really, a lot of the time.
Sure.
The grind is on. It can take years.
You have an all in here.
We do have an all in. Radonov with the Queen, Jack 8. And Giacomo with the Ace King 4-3 double suited.
Не са го отворили още. Да, подрежда карти. А со вале 10 нещо има. Дабъл.
So here we go. Ace, Queen 6 is the flop. Giacomo looking good here. Turn is the 7 of hearts. No help to Radonov. The river is the deuce of hearts. So Radonov has been eliminated. We have our first elimination. Starting entry field size was 642 in this one. Came to the final table at 8. We have our first casualty.
What does that mean, Dan?
What does that mean? It means he takes home €5,100 for his efforts, Alan.
But also, it's time for a giveaway. Giveaway of a code.
Sorry, of course. How could I forget?
This is why I'm doing this
Alan,
job
the
and not you.
giveaway, go Finn.
Десять три
That's
дабл.
why we pay him the big bucks. He's here.
И
So you've got the question. I was wondering, I heard some typing going on. And I
Yeah,
knew
yeah,
it
yeah.
wasn't
No,
me.
so yeah, exactly. I have a list of 10 questions here, guys. So we're going to do the first code giveaway. So as I said, we're going to do it for each elimination. And since there has been one just now, we will be doing a giveaway code for a raffle that will be held towards the end of the series. So as I said, first person that answers will be answers the correct question or answer, obviously. Will be given the code. So it's going to be a first come, first serve basis. So ears at the ready here. So the first question for the first code is, what is the most important position at a poker table? What is the most important position at a poker table? And we have the first one here, which is David, who is a student of mine, if I want to reveal his identity. So David, you're going to win the first code here. He said BU, which means button, obviously. So yeah, David, make sure, I'm going to send you a code here now, mate. What I'll do is I'll send it at the end of the stream, David, is what I'll do with the information in terms of how you use the code. So I'll take your name for now, and I'll mark it down on a list on a notepad, and I'll send you the code later, bro. I can probably send that to you on Discord, man, but I just want to get the information about how you use it. So yeah, just keep that in mind. I'll keep your name down here, man. And yeah, we still have 9 more codes to give away, people. So as I said, after each elimination, one will be given away. And when we're heads up, we'll be giving away probably 2 before that, I would say. So yeah, first one, gone.
The giveaway go is back.
Back in the house.
I've got to get to a few comments here. Some people aren't too familiar with Omaha. We're not experts at the Omaha either. We always give a disclaimer about that. There's definitely a winging aspect to the commentating on the PLO. There's a lot of just getting it in and hoping for the best, sticking it in and thinking of Ireland. You're just going to see a lot of action, and that's what the fans want a lot of the time. So don't be worrying, Lady No Muck, if you're not too familiar with Omaha or whoever else in the channel. Every day is a learning day. Class is in session. That's what I love about growing this channel. You get people coming in asking what poker is this real money, all them kind of questions, and then you get intricate spots on the river where people are putting it into solvers and everything in between. So that's what's great about this channel. You get people from all walks of life and all skill levels, and we're all in it together. All together now. So, Lady Nomuck says, bet your draw is the same in PLO. Everyone can have anything. Right, so you're still doing the same as Hold'em, and you have to use 2 of your 4 cards that are in your hand, and then you have to use 3 that are on the board. So, in Texas Hold'em there, you can use all of the board, but this time you can only use 3 cards on the board, and you have to use 2 in your hand. So you can't use 1 card in your hand. I hope I'm explaining that correctly. People would take my sentences and explain it a lot quicker or easier in more simpler terms and less words, but that's the gist of it. You anything to add there, Alan?
No, more or less it, man. As I said, I'm not going to be overly well versed in this in any way, shape, or form on top of that. But yeah, in terms of like the basics, more or less hit the nail on the head, I suppose.
So the format's basically the exact same as Hold'em, but you have to use 2 cards. In Hold'em, you have the luxury of you can use 1 and 4 on the board. That would be the easiest way of putting it. Strata says most poker games can be traced to France and even to ancient Egypt. I think everything can be traced to ancient Egypt, even aliens. I am pretty fascinated by the pyramids, though, without starting some conspiracy theories.
Go down the rabbit hole, yeah. Go down the rabbit hole.
Well, it is. It's an important rabbit hole, but it would make sense that cards would originate in ancient Egypt with hieroglyphics, etc. You look at a deck of cards; they're traced back to hieroglyphics. That's where all of that kind of stuff would have started. So that makes a lot of sense to me. Apocalypse says, same hand strength, but value goes down. Straights aren't so strong in PLO. You want to be drawn to the nuts in PLO. So you could have a straight, but if it's a low straight or a low flush, it's probably going to be losing a lot of the time on a lot of boards. So you got to not overvalue your middle strength hands. Bird said PLO is a draw game, mostly playing for straights and flushes. A set does not have the same value as in No Limit Hold'em, for example. Well said, Bud. Stratus says, if your hand does not improve on each level of betting, it's time to consider folding. It's very well put.
That's fair enough, actually. I like that one as well.
Lady Omuk says, making sense. Working on ranges for PLO connection with backdoor draws is important. And using blockers as bluffs, very important in this game. Because if you've the nuts, if you've a card that could contain the nuts, then your opponent can't have it. I think that goes without saying, but I'm going to give it an honourable mention anyway. Bird says, oh, there's a huge difference between PLO tournament playing and PLO cash games. PLO cash games is more from playing roulette sometimes. Yeah, that's the thing. When you think of PLO, you just think of big high-stakes cash games. It's like, I'm not getting involved with that, but it just provides endless amount of entertainment and action if you can stomach the wins and the losses. Lady Nomuk says, love that story, Alan. I took that leap of faith myself.
Nice.
And she wants to know your channel, Alan F Poker.
Yeah, I think a couple of people tagged that there after that, and appreciate the support, guys.
Kings for Coco Yulin. Or Cocolin. What way do you want to say it on?
I think the first way you said it seemed accurate. If I was to do it as well, Coco Yulin could be one way to do it as well. But yeah.
I couldn't get that one on pronounce this for me, so I don't know.
I'm glad to see you're using it nonetheless, man. Does help.
Okay, KM says Lin. So what is that? Not what I said. Cocolin.
Don't know, is the U silent by the sounds of it? Not too sure.
Yeah, grand.
Be careful, I'm the biggest fleet at the table.
We are careful.
Chipleader.
Shout outs we're giving, Alan. You're going to get loads of shout outs this week from being the giveaway goat and having an awesome channel that you're building. God knows where you'll be. Always think about where you are, where you're going to be. You've made leaps and bounds in the last 12 months, and fair play to you.
Appreciate it.
This game as well is a lot of focus on just being fearless. Really putting max amount of pressure because you can only bet pot, but if you bet pot enough times, it's a lot of chips.
Mm-hmm. They have a no limit format of this online for some MTTs and some cash games as well, which, you know, as if it wasn't bad enough having it for pot, but yeah, no limit can be fairly volatile. But we have a pair of aces here for Schwack.
He's going to Schwack back here. The ace says 10-5. Essentially putting himself all in here, Alan. He's only got 380k behind.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think Kazup is going to run it with this hand, unfortunately. Maybe if it was double suited, he might do it, but even then it's probably not the best equity hand, I would assume. Not because it's not because we know he's up against aces, but yeah, just jacks there, single suit, not going to be good enough to go for it.
Yeah, and the ace is probably just happy to take that one down. If you get called, you get called. Like he did have aces, didn't have great cards with his aces.
5/5 card.
Sure, we'll just give them all one extra card each, and we play the 5 card like we were commentating on last year. And
Yeah, still
granted, that was a cash game.
yeah. I'm still trying to figure out some of the stuff from that this time last year, but for sure, 4 is, as we know, not the most easiest to assess. But yeah, that extra one does add that extra amount of, we'll say, confusion, to say the least.
Indeed. Giacomo, by the way, is he's no noob. I've seen him at feature tables many times. Sure, his Hendon mob is relatively pretty the last time I checked, so he's one to watch out for.
I don't normally stereotype, but I think when somebody's usually wearing some Poker Stars merch or just like poker merch in general, they're at least going to be somewhat confident, I would say, or just very, very passionate and enthusiastic about the game of poker in general, I would assume. That's just my assessment / stereotyping.
Yeah, we do have some amazing merchandise on the store. If you want to find out additional information about the resort itself, if you're new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. You can find out all the information on www.kingsresort.com. I just keep seeing that poker face hoodie with the mask sewn into it, so you can rob your opponents in style. A ninja in the night. Yeah, the proof's in the pudding here, Claudio. The Giacomo is up over 2 million in total live earnings.
KM reckons that was a good read by me. Probably is a good read on average.
Yeah, KM slagging you there, saying good read, Alan. Great tips.
Great tips.
Yeah, well, someone is dressed head to toe in clobber and patches. They are clearly sponsored by someone. I would say if someone's wearing a singular Poker Stars hoodie, okay, it means they might have went to a few stops or might have just bought some merch along their way. But if someone is draped and covered in patches, then they're clearly sponsored by someone. So
yeah,
not always, but more times than not, they're doing someone a promotional favor. And if they're doing someone a promotional favor, or they could easily just have sponsorship themselves.
I would say so too.
Table is huge, yeah.
Yeah, the ace king king is always known as one of the best hands in PLO if it's double suited, and stuff like ace jack 10, stuff that's drawn to the nuts straight off the bat. But if you've just got aces, like a naked aces, ace, I don't know, deuce 3 offsuit, say, and you're not double suited, it's not a great pair to have. Like, you've got top pair, but you want something that can draw. You want backup options is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. I've always gotten the impression that KM is a pretty good player in any game in terms of how he thinks and talks. I'm just reading some of the comments here that he's talking about with the ace king king situation in terms of like options to flop top set while being able to make Broadway, whereas unblocks kings, so your opponent can have kings more often and you can dominate their flush draws. So yeah, pretty good analysis. He said I have a good read, but whether he was being sarcastic or not is debatable. But I'm giving you credit here, KM.
KM, one of my favorite moderators. They're all my favorite moderators, but
yeah.
He used to be very, very good at talking strategy with me when we'd have like really late streams till like 2, 3, 4 in the morning. He's always there, so big ups to him. Big ups to them all, really. but he was great at discussing flop, turn, and river spots. So I agree with what you're saying there, Alan. Good read again.
On the ball today, mate.
He has been busy though, doing a lot of traveling and playing, etc. And he always actually was great at helping with the PLO because he plays a decent amount of it himself, or did. I don't know. I don't know about his day-to-day whereabouts, but he definitely knows what he's talking about. Yeah, and Apocalypse had a very good point there as well. You do not want to have 3 aces or kings, etc. You want to be blocking your own outs. That's not good. We always talk about decision fatigue, and I remember last year I got a last minute call to do the PLO and did 2 10Ks back to back on my own, and then I got a break on the Sunday to do a 250 hold'em, and then I did the 2K PLO big wrap final table on the Monday as well. And sometimes there's 5-way action. I'm seeing 20 cards on my screen before there's even been a flop. And if you want to talk about decision fatigue, towards the end there was PLO coming out through my eyeballs. I honestly was like mixing up who had what hand and what was going on the board. So I can only imagine what the players are like playing, because they're not just playing these tournaments. They're going into the big high stake PLO. Maybe not so much in the 550 here, but some of the bigger pros will be in tomorrow for the 2K PLO for sure. And you think they're just going to finish for the day and not hop into a cash game. There's just so much action happening at Kings. So these guys are just playing so much poker day in, day out, and they love PLO and they love the action. You think for someone who loves so much action that I would love PLO, I just find it very confusing at times. But it is such an exciting game to watch. It's a real treat to be in the booth doing more PLO commentating.
Just
what I'm trying to say
checking.
is some of them would be running on empty. You know, they're hopping from the cash game straight into day 2. Like,
Yeah.
I've seen it happen more times. Go ahead, Alan.
I was just going to say there, I'm looking at the running cash games in Rozvadov right now on the site, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no limit games going from 2-4 to 5-10, and then you have 5 PLO games, which are all 5 card, by the way, all 5-5 up to 25-25 as well. And it's you know, a Tuesday afternoon at 1 here in Ireland, so it's going to be 2 there in Rozvadov. So yeah, you have basically 10 tables of cash games running right now on a Tuesday afternoon, which is just unbelievable to see.
Yeah, just incredible. It's just like, imagine what that's going to be like by Friday or Saturday here, leading us in to next week for the main event, the 10K buy-in. So many online qualifiers, so many live qualifiers, 5 million guaranteed. Last year's winner, Max, took home 1.5 million. Just incredible stuff.
It's insane.
Nice hand here for Kozub, raising with top set. Schbach can't really do much here with his top pair, top kicker. But that's another thing. 1 pair of hands in Omaha, not great, especially if you have no redraws.
That's one of these examples now, I suppose, isn't it? Yep.
Yeah. Like, that's a spot where you're pretty much always going broke and hold them. Well, I'd imagine so.
Off these stack sizes, I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah, unless you've got like some soul read, you can see through the table and the cards at the same time. Some extra X-ray vision.
Yeah.
Like an X-Men. Well, I don't want to be assuming genders, but you know. They have a Kings area in the cash game area. Yeah. It's just the cash area and then There's various bars as well, of course. There's a restaurant. There's a shisha lounge. You can get a massage upstairs. There's the wellness center. There's some cool places across the road as well. Some bars, a restaurant, another casino. Something for everyone in the audience.
Yeah, because it's not the biggest place in the world, Rosvadov, the town itself, but a lot going on in terms of activities if you're looking for something to do. Although it's a lot of it's casino related, possibly. If you are there, I assume most people that are there are for that reason, but still a very, very nice place to go and visit.
Well, I mean, it's the largest poker room in Europe. If you're looking for something non-poker-esque, you're not too far away from Prague.
True that.
Less than 90 minutes. Oh, I see what Lady Nomuk is saying. They have a King's area in the World Series of Poker in Vegas. At the cash game area. I wasn't aware of that either.
Interesting.
All the time is in the house. What's up all the time? So Claudio, ace, king, queen, 8. The hijack raises to 180. And go cooling. Ace, king, queen, jack going to defend. These guys are relatively deep, it seems, with the average stack 2.2 million. Both playing over the average, and queen 10-10 is the flop. It's going to go check, check. Turn is the ace. Check again from the big blind. Claudio checks behind. River is the 3 of diamonds. There you see the difference as well.
Mm-hmm.
You would definitely be seeing money go in and hold them. PLO, that's just going to get checked down.
It's kind of hard to get called by much worse, to be fair, here in this run out. Flush there, some full houses possibly, maybe not as many full houses given how the hand played out, but yeah, I mean, hard to get called by worse. That's always important to take into account when you decide to value bet or not, and I'm for sure overly guilty of not doing this in practice. Kind of, having a hand where you're like, oh yeah, this must be a value bet, and when you actually think about some of the combos that I'm talking in kind of more rare situations in some lines, but there is situations where like you're kind of targeting a very small portion of worse hands that'll call that you're better off just maybe checking back some thinner value spots is what I'm getting at.
Told you, super neat.
You've just got to fold then if you get raised. Now, obviously, getting raised there is kind of unlikely once the flop and turn goes check, check. But you just go into check call mode on the river.
Yeah, probably.
I presume we're not check folding. There's talks of them all congregating at the King's Cash Game Lounge in Vegas next year. We'll get over this series first anyway.
True.
Suppose we'll have to go to Vegas at some point. I'd like to go back to Kings first
Mm.
in Europe and reevaluate from there. Win over 100 grand anyway, Alan, as we were talking about yesterday, and then we can we'll have decisions to make then. Be a great complaint to have.
For sure.
And there we have it now. We've got our graphics back. So the blinds are 40, 80, 80. Seven players remaining. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the World Series of Poker Europe final table of the €550 PLO 8 Max event live from the King's Resort in Rozhadov. This is our second bracelet event of 15 bracelets being allocated over the next couple of weeks. And Kosub still well out in the lead here with 69 bigs. Radanov, our first casualty. Banov is by far the shortest stack here, playing just 6 bigs and everything in between. Claudio going to raise to 180 here with the Queen, Jack, 10-8 double suited. There's an example of a very nice starting hand. There's a lot going on there with the Queen, Jack, 10-8 double suited. Nikolov with the aces double suited. I still prefer Claudio's hand here.
Yeah, I was just going to say this is for sure going in, I would assume, with this combo of Queen Jack 10 8, as you mentioned, double suited. It's gonna this is just always going to play well against kind of any hold'em for the most part, especially versus aces here. But aces is double suited, so those have the spades dominators from Di Giannacomo. So yeah, can't imagine this is going any other direction but all in ski.
Oh yeah, Claudio not going to be going anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And Nikolov committing himself, so we're going to have all in and call.
Thank you.
How is it going? How is it going?
There might be a possibility he calls here and then sees a flop and just runs it. Maybe, I'm assuming, could be a thing.
It's much of a muchness. He's not going to be going anywhere for his last biscuits behind there, 295.
Yeah.
Yeah, super late registration.
Which is the
Yeah.
300
No, 550 PLO. Thank you.
Seems to be thinking about it fairly hard, Dan. He does let it go.
Just decided to let it go. I thought he would run that now.
Well, he definitely definitely considered it and decided on the latter, which
Yeah, I just
a little
went
bit
silent there for a
surprised.
second. I was just waiting for him to put the money in.
Yeah,
But
yeah, me too.
surprised to see that go. I mean, you're never going to be too far ahead in Omaha. You're never going to be too far behind, right? But I feel like that's a good enough hand to go with there for that amount of a shove. I could be wrong. Maybe some people will argue in the chat. Where's KM when you need him?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Might be something got to do with the shorter stacks as well, Dan. It's hard to say. Maybe he just decided to preserve his stack and maybe just wait for a better spot. But still, again, I am not. I want to make this very, very clear. So, yeah, I'm not 100% on that, but I think we kind of should have ran it there. But KM did mention there it was 800k in total. He edge passed. Yeah, and this is the thing, man. He's probably one of the more competent players. So yeah, maybe he just decided to take the lower variance route and not overinvest, I would say.
This is 380.
Yeah, perhaps if there was a 9 involved there instead of the 8, would that make it a call if you had the Jack 9 instead of the Jack 8 suited?
Yeah,
Or am I
probably
just
doesn't.
a-
Yeah,
absolutely nitpicking at this point?
possibly, and he does end up running it with the Ace King this time with this one against Banov as well.
Okay. Every day's a learning day.
He
Claudio.
probably had better equity last time, no? I think.
I'm not going to lie, I'm glad we have the equities back.
Fact. Otherwise, eh?
A step in the right direction. Okay, we're getting 2 people saying that the fold is super bad, no discussion. Okay, well, there's always
fair
going to
enough.
be a discussion on this channel, so let's get that straight. So it's King 7-4. Turn is the Queen of Diamonds. Yeah, Banov gets there.
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't get there. He was ahead.
Okay, this works. Yeah, this is my.
Nice double up there for Banov. KM says, yes, the gap between 10 and 8 loses some EV, but then he was out of position, so getting it in pre adds some EV as opposed to playing the hand normally. Pamoose says, Queen, Jack 10, X double suited should have called it. Least I think you are very likely against Ace Ace XX. Only against Ace Ace Queen X or Ace Ace Jack X you are behind. Rest is about 50-50. So he's edge passing for what is perceived to be in or around a coin flip. Doesn't seem too bad considering the ICM pressure, but it is a game where we want to be gambling more so than edge passing, in my opinion.
Agreed.
Or from what I've learned. I definitely just know from doing the 10Ks, and I've done a decent amount of PLO streams at this point. I don't think there's certain players. I don't want to name anyone from the top of my head, but I don't. That's why I was a little bit shocked because I've seen other players that would not be folding there. But perhaps they're just after playing 100k pot the night before or whatever, and not just one. It's every pot could be 100k. When I say, they were playing 100k pots, it's not like it was just the one. Do they have seaweed stalls in Vegas? I'm sure they do. You get some spirulina shakes. Spack
Moving all in
all
here.
in. Claudio calling with 4 mystery cards that are about to be turned over. I'm seeing a lot of red.
An open ender anyways, at least.
I need to get my binoculars out. But this is the thing, Alan, before this even runs out, like you edge pass in a spot like that with the double suited hand, and then he's after losing the last hand, and he might lose this one. It's like, what could have been there had he just gambled in that particular situation? But this guy has over 2 million in live tournament earnings, so I don't want to be discrediting him in any way, shape, or form. So here we have it. He is a 60-40. With the ace-5-4 deuce against the ace-jack 10-5. He's got a lot to dodge. Turn is the 4 of hearts.
Straight.
And Claudio going to take that one down and eliminate Spack in 7th place.
Yep.
So what do we know? Claudio wins a nice pot and he's now playing 3.4 million.
And now we have to do another giveaway for these codes, my man. Another giveaway for these codes. I'm going to do 2 this time, by the way, because I forgot that this was 8 max, not 9-handed. So I will do 2 codes this time. So fingers at the ready here for the next question. 2 questions, I should say. So first question out of 2. What is it called when you bet with a weak hand to make your opponent fold? What is it called when you bet a weak hand to make your opponent fold? I can repeat the question one more time. Okay, Pamu was first in there, so Pamu, you're going to get that code. Now, I will say, I mean, I don't want to make this announcement, but like probably, no, whatever, it's not my problem. I was going to say you probably can't win a second code in the 2, in the one time, but it is what it is if you do. Okay, so Pamu, you're going to win that first one of the 2. And the second question at the ready here now, my good people. Okay, so what term describes the money players have invested in the pot? What term describes the money players have invested in the pot? See if people find out this one here now. We'll ask the question again. So what term describes the money players have invested in the pot? This was a little bit of a tricky one now. It's not VPIP. Not bad. Investment speculation. Not that Stratos, no either. I can give a hint. It begins with E. The first letter of the word begins with E. So the question again is, what term describes the money? What term describes the money players have invested in the pot? And the first letter of the answer is E. You're close, lady, but not that one. I knew this won't be a tricky one. There we go. ECW King, you are the winner of the 3rd code. Equity is the answer. So I will, so equity was starting to come in, but ECW King is going to be the winner of the 2nd code. So I'll put that down there now. So yeah, we still have, 7 more codes to give away, peeps. So keep an eye out for that. So congrats, Pamu and ECW King, for winning the 2nd and 3rd code. Next elimination will be maybe 2 again. We'll see. But either way, 3 out of 10 codes have been done and dusted. Keep an eye out for the next 7. So just to add to that, ECW King, so these codes are for a raffle. I think you were involved with some of them last year anyways as well, bro. That there will be a raffle held towards the end of the series. And he's just tuned in. Yeah, so it will be held towards the end of the series. There's a lot of top prizes up for grabs. I think there's an iPhone 13 and some other, maybe a game console as well. So yeah, as I said, when I direct message you with the code at the end of this stream, I will give you the information in how you use it alongside that. Okay. Yeah, so Apocalypse did say the prize giving away stream will be on October 10th, so that's fine. More or less towards the end of it, I believe, bro.
Fantastic, Alan. They say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. It's like riding a bike. This guy whacking out the codes like he never stopped.
Oh, natural.
Oh, natural. Very good.
Yeah, you get them in your direct message, ECW King. So as I said, I'll just make sure your message settings are not on private, because I mentioned that at the start of the stream that I had some issues with some people that I couldn't contact directly last year when we were doing it. So yeah, whoever does win codes, people, make sure your direct messages on Twitch are not on private, and they can be set to public to receive a message from anyone.
Oh, there's people's wives are getting called out on the stream. Guys, come on.
I saw that.
Surely you can do a come dine with me or something. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Winner gets to eat one of my kilos of steak. I sent it in the post. A lobster dinner with Apocalypse and Apocalypse newly crowned wife. Sounds great. Add in a few prawns as a starter there and I'll get on the boat. ECW King, nice to see him get one of the codes. And it's working properly, Alan. Remember last year there was people trying to type in the chat and they said they typed in and it didn't come in or whatever. It seems to be rectified anyway.
Yeah, if there is any issue with the codes, lads, be sure to just direct message me back with saying there might be an issue. And I'll contact one of the guys at King's to get another one sent out. But as I said, main thing that I want you guys to not have on is private direct messaging. Otherwise, there will be a possibility of you losing out on the code that you've worked so hard to win with these very, very difficult questions.
So blinds are now, went up a couple of hands ago. 50k is the small blind, 100k is the big blind, with 100k running big blind ante. 7th place taking home €6,800 for their efforts, and that means we are six-handed now. It's a 6 max final table. Feast your eyes on this. €9,200 is the current payout, all chasing the first prize of 56,100 eurons, and of course the all-important gold bracelet. ECW King says the Shetlands is going to lose its entire lobster population. I do think lobsters are fascinating as well. I'm not going to start doing Jordan Peterson impressions now of lobsters, but
yeah.
They're around something like 350 million years or something. It's amazing, and they're somewhat immortal. They'll never die unless they're crushed or killed or whatever. They're out. They're not trying to hurt nobody. Yeah, I read his 12 rules for life. There's a full chapter about lobsters. They're pretty cool. So I don't really condone eating lobsters. Leave them alone.
Leave them alone.
Under the sea. Fresh fish. Nice to have you with us, Richie. So they're a bit shorter handed now. Will provide even more action. Kokulin raising pot here. King 10-10 deuce. The hijack. Nikolov with the double suited. King 10-7-3. Ninja David says, no World Series of Poker ticket for first. That's sad. Well, we are giving them out like hotcakes. There was 12 tickets in the event yesterday. It's very difficult to do that in a PLO event because of the way the ICM works, and there's just so much action taking place. It's very hard to have, I don't know, 4 tickets, for example, or you're saying just the winner would get a ticket. There's a reason they don't do it with 4 cards. It just creates a different dynamic. Richie says, I'm addicted to your comments, Dan.
I don't blame you.
I don't know if addicted is a word you should be using, but yeah, okay, thank you. I'll take it. I've got Alan with me as well, because at the back post.
The back
or
post,
I don't know, wherever a goalkeeper stands, in the middle, I suppose.
Something like that.
The middleman.
Custom.
Middleman Dan has some support, is what I'm trying to say this week. Someone has to listen to me other than the chat.
There you go.
We're a dynamic duo, buddy. So you gave away another 2 codes. So that's 3 done already.
Yeah.
That's great.
Probably do another 2 in the next elimination, I'd say. Just to round it off to 5, and probably do one, maybe 2 for each one after that, depending. But yeah, probably just get 2 out of the way next time, and there should be 5 left in for, you know, whatever players remain in itself. Mr. Swivel Steele's in the house. Mr. Nate, another student of mine. Geez, they're all out in chat today, Dan.
Word is spreading, Alan. Yeah, and good afternoon if you're tuning in on YouTube as well. Come on over. It's a lot easier to monitor the chat there on the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, because we have people moderating and helping us. But we're not forgetting about you.
Do you have 100 chips?
That's one thing I forgot to do, actually, is actually have the YouTube chat open.
Sure. It's hard to monitor both chats and talk to each other and commentate. So it gets very confusing. But sure, get up the YouTube chat there and see who's saying hello.
Yeah, this might be a little bit difficult when I'm doing the codes to see who might be first between YouTube and Twitch, but I'll do my best to keep an eye on it, lads. There's going to be loads of code giveaways anyways.
I think you should be keep the codes to Twitch.
Okay, noted.
Because that's the way we did it last year, and it will just get messy.
Yeah, that's what I was
thinking.
thinking.
You're doing a great job there, keeping it on Twitch. All the disciples in the chat, yeah. What is the ECW's Kings? What did Jordan Peters say about lobsters in an entire chat? Well, that depends.
You've started
Clean your
now.
bloody room. You don't want to be a defeated lobster, for God's sakes.
In all seriousness, though, the fact that someone's able to write an entire chapter about lobsters is one of those things that you'd have to try and figure out why and how he managed to do that. I'm sure it's pretty informative, but like...
It's fascinating. It's basically saying, oh, if I get into it now, I'll be in trouble here. But basically, when something bad happens in our lives, our serotonin in our brain plummets, and this is where the expression came from, hiding under a rock. So 2 lobsters will fight it out for the female's attention, and the lobster that gets defeated goes and crawls under a rock because he's severely depressed. So the whole mantra or the sentiment towards it or behind it is that you don't want to be a defeated lobster. You're going to have many defeats in your life. It doesn't mean that you just hide under a rock. It's get back up, head up, shoulders back, and get into your next battle. Now, summed it up. 30
There you go.
seconds.
We do have a hand developing here, though.
It's complicated. Costner. Betting 550. The ace 7 deuce. Ace king jack 5. We do have a hand developing indeed. Kosub has a lot of equity here. He's got 2 pair. But it's not ideal. He's deciding what he wants to do here. He's got the big blind to worry about also.
But I suppose in terms of stack size from Banoff, he doesn't have to worry about it too much. It's fairly, it's only like an extra 200k behind, and he does decide to run it with the ace queen jack 5.
Yeah, it just seemed like when he was going to call there on the button that the big blind was ready to ship it or something. I just got that from him, the way he was acting. It looked like Kozub was considering that before he called, but you're saying once he calls, he's committed to Banov anyway.
Yeah.
And now Costner wants a count, and he's got a decision. I suppose he's just going to have to fold his hand at this point, is he? Or is he just getting way too good of a price? Oh, he is, of course. But now he's going to be very worried about Kosub. He's only got 1.1 million behind.
He does decide to flick it in. Well, they can't raise all in here, unfortunately, because of Banoff moving all in. Yeah.
That's where I was slightly getting mixed up for a second there. It was just like, oh, of course, Costner's calling. It's only 170 more. He can't do anything else.
Banoff not in great shape.
Turn is the 9 of diamonds. That's a really nice turn card for Kozub. Picks up an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw. And this is it. Like, his hand isn't amazing with just 2 pair on the flop, but look how much equity he picks up on the turn.
Could be a double elimination here, Dan, no?
Them backdoors are just... Yeah, we could have 2 eliminations. And that's going to happen 71% of the time.
True. Could be giving away 3 codes, by the way.
Could be giving away 3 codes, and we could be down to 4-handed.
Looks pretty cool to me. Didn't expect that.
Look at the size of this pot, 4.9 million. Banov just with 10% equity. Costner just with 19% equity. What a moment this is for Kozub. If he can just hold. Big smile on his face. Big river card coming up. Just 3 outs for Banov. Just 5 outs for Costner. The rest of the deck for Kozub. And he will eliminate 2 players. The double trouble, the double stuff. Here we go. River is the queen. Oh, wow. Banov gets lucky. Costner is eliminated. And Kozub forced to pay the man, but will still have 5.4 million, so he will win a good chunk of this pot.
So we are going to be giving away another 2 codes here, people, since there has been another elimination. So fingers at the ready here for the next giveaway of the code. That'll be used for a raffle that'll be held on October 10th. So the next question here, what is a big hand worth betting multiple streets called? So what is a big hand worth betting multiple streets called?
Da.
You can win one more
Aici
code,
cât
yeah.
sunt pe
You
cea
can
de
win one more
surprise,
code,
pe cât
ECW
vreți.
King. No problem.
Thank
It's
you
not
very much.
premium. Not nuts, unfortunately. Not draw. We'll give it to Swivel. We'll give it to Swivel. It's value is the one-word answer, but we'll say value hand. So Nate, you do win a code here, my good man. So congrats on that. I'll just give you the information privately, man, either on Discord or on Twitch. But obviously, I know you personally, so I can contact you with the information at the end of this stream. But the answer was value. So we'll give it to Nate for the value hand comment. So the next one here then for the fifth code, we have 10 in total, lads. So going to do obviously one for each elimination, whether it's one or two codes, I mean. So the fifth question here for the fifth code is what is the term for varying your actions to avoid predictability? What is the term for varying your actions to avoid predictability? I can read the question again. What is a term for varying your actions to avoid predictability? Not fixing. We'll give it to Will Paul. Will Paul, you are the winner of the fifth code. Balancing, it's balanced technically, but we'll give it to you for balancing, my good man. So you are the winner of the fifth code, mate. Just make sure you are not, make sure your private or your message settings on Twitch are not set to private, bro. But Will Paul, you are the winner of the fifth code, so congrats. So we still have 5 more codes to give away here, people. So we'll see what happens in terms of eliminations, what I decide to do for 1 to 2 codes of a giveaway. But yeah, I'll contact you directly on Twitch after this stream, mate, with the details on on how you use them codes. But yeah, they are for a raffle. That'll be held on October 10th with some very nice prizes up top. Gaming console, which I believe is a PS5, and an iPhone 13 Pro are one of the, well, some of the stuff you can win. So yeah, we'll contact you directly. We still have 5 more to give away, so stick around to be in with a chance of winning those. You can win more than one, FYI.
This guy's killing it. And what a prize that is, by the way. There's been certain movies made from this new iPhone, the iPhone 16. I seen something about it online the other day. There's been movies that they've released that have been made on an iPhone Pro 16 or whatever it's called. The latest and greatest iPhone. You can do
I saw
incredible things.
I saw some video. It wasn't an iPhone, to be fair, but it was a fairly new Samsung Galaxy or something like that, bro, where somebody were standing outside a city and they were able to zoom in from, I don't know how far of a distance away, but they could see when they zoomed in on the camera of what somebody was doing in an apartment that was, I don't know how many kilometers of a distance away, bro, just by zooming in. Like, quality of cameras nowadays on anything like that is just insane. As I said, what they were looking for was just to show the quality of the camera, not spying / stalking on whoever was in that apartment, FYI.
Maybe you're better off hiding under a rock if that's the case.
Through that.
It's easy. Oh, we've got all in and call. Fast and furious action taking place at King's Resort today. Nikolov all in for 7.35. Queen 10, 4, 3 double suited. Claudio with the ace. King, King 6. 68% equity for him. 32% for Nikolov. And if Claudio wins here, he's going to eliminate another player. Jack 5 deuce is the flop, and now it's a post flop coin flip, give or take a couple of percent.
Above average, yeah.
Turn is the 9 of clubs.
Not the worst, yeah.
Too many outs.
Yeah, Nikolov with a lot of outs as he hits the river, but he is not hit yet. 12 outs for Nikolov to survive. River is the jack of diamonds. No good. Claudio gaining even more traction now, playing 4.245 million. We have another elimination. What does that mean, Alan?
That means we are going to be giving away another code. I mean, lads, this just happens this way sometimes, that it's just pretty swift. But, you know, for me to get them out of the way, not complaining. So, next question for the giveaway. Okay, this one's going to be pretty obvious, I would say. So, definitely want to be fingers at the ready here, as per usual. So, the question is, what is the most aggressive action you can take in a hand? What is the most aggressive action you can take in a hand? First come, first serve here, people. If not C-bet, punch someone. We're going to give it to David, unfortunately, again. I see Stratos with Raise as well, but I know David means Raise from the R-E-I-S, so he was technically first Stratos, unfortunately, so I will have to give it to him. Process of elimination here, but yeah, Raise was the correct answer. So David, again, I will be contacting you privately. You just got to be quick on the fingers here, as I said, lads. So we still have 4 codes to give away. I'll probably give away 2 in the next elimination, and then we'll have, what is it, 6 there so far. So yeah, 2 in the next one. We'll leave it with 2 more then towards the end. So yeah, I'll be giving away 2 in the next elimination, guys. So yeah, still 4 to give away.
6 down, 4 to go, is it? Or, yeah, you 10 codes.
Yeah, 10 in total.
Apocalypse multi-personality disorder. It was balancing. I'm just catching up here with the chat. Okay, shit on the table is not the correct answer. Close, but no cigar. It'd be a very aggressive move altogether. I'm pretty sure you'd be eliminated from the tournament. Either that or you'll have cleared the table.
Yep.
So just want to get back to the payouts here. Getting rudely interrupted by these codes. So 6th place finisher gets €9,200, and we had another elimination. 5th place, €12,600. So all players remaining now, all 4 remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €17,800. So we've lost half of our final table.
Pretty swiftly.
Pretty swiftly indeed. Average stack is 4 million. So that's still an average stack of 40 bigs. Now, obviously, that's a lot, but it is PLO, so they're going to be getting it in. I believe that's your student saying Poland going to win a second tournament. They have got one up, all right.
Yep.
You got a feel for Trunk there in the end. He really did play quite well at that FT, and you could tell they were a bit out of their depth and hadn't played for this kind of money before. But I felt like he held his composure pretty well, considering how jittery he was jumping up and down out of his seat at the start of the FT. He got so many big pairs. It was unlucky that he couldn't take down the title, but hey, he's not going to be griping too hard. Okay, he doesn't walk away with the bracelet, and it did go to Szymanski. But Trunk, he did everything he could. Like, he steamrolled. He got so many eliminations, but Szymanski played really well, navigated his way to the heads up. And, you know, it's anybody's game once you get heads up, when they were evenly matched, I think, in skill for the most part. And it wasn't too long of a battle. It was really, really nice win for Szymanski in the end for €105,000.
And the ticket as well.
And the ticket as well. Top 12 finishers in that event. 3,507 entries, I believe. So there was 12 tickets allocated towards the ever-growing, gigantic prize pool that will be the World Series of Poker Europe main event, taking place in about a week's time, after we're finished with the first 6 events. We've got a packed schedule. We've got a few days off in between. I'm already making plans to go to the cold plunge and the sauna on my days off. So that's going to be nice. But we have got we've got another PLO event taking place tomorrow evening. That's going to be the 2K PLO. And then we've got some really nice no limit hold'em events closer to the weekend. We've got the World Series of Poker Europe mini main event on Saturday. That's going to be a long day. 2 o'clock Central European time for that one. Then we're doing the Colossus next Monday. That's going to be online at 3 o'clock Central European time. And then we're doing a big event then on the Tuesday, myself and Alan. That'll be our last event. That's the World Series of Poker. No Limit Hold'em GG Millions final day. Very excited to be commentating on that one. That's going to be one of the biggest buy-ins me and Alan have ever commentated on. We'll be sure to update you about that schedule as we get closer. We'll take day by day, hand by hand. Speaking of hand by hand, we've got some action here. Colin raising to 1.575 mil with the King Queen 9-7. But it is Claudio sitting pretty here. Alan with top set.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot either player can do here outside of that. Yeah, he's just in a really good spot here. The Como with the top
And
set.
the thing is, Colin, he blocks his opponent having a set of sevens and a set of nines, which is pretty important here. He blocks his opponent having a set of kings. It's tough for him to just get away from this. Once he's raised this amount, essentially committing himself, he's half of his stack in there.
All in 2 times.
He wants to run it twice. Can't do that, buddy.
Sick flop, in fairness.
Yeah, it is a sick flop. Like I said, he's got all the blockers and he has top 2. What you going to do when they come for you?
8% chance as well.
Claudio is steamrolling this FT. We gave out to him about edge passing earlier. Well, what are we to say now? Look at the size of this pot. 6.9 million.
Maybe flash draw or something.
This guy's somewhat of a godfather.
Hard.
Over 2 million live earnings. He's going to add to that. It's going to be tough to beat him when he's got this much chips. It'll be very hard for him to lose this hand. Just 8% equity for Colin. We could have another elimination. And that's pretty much 3 in a row.
Oh.
Turn is the 3 of hearts, and now he's got a flush draw. This laugh says it all. 25% equity now.
We'll see in 3 minutes.
That's some difference. Goes from 8% to 25% on that turn card. Even against top set.
Oh my God!
Oh no, he hits it. The 6 of hearts rolls off. What a sick game
Disgusted.
Omaha it is. He's a 9-1 favorite on that flop.
Magic.
Can't ask for better. Magic run out.
I was getting the codes ready, bro.
Yeah, definitely.
It's on purpose, I know.
Yeah, it's too dirty. I'm happy to win, but it's too dirty. I know.
Too dirty, yeah. My hand that I tripled, I was also ashamed. I don't want to look at him.
Happy to win, but it's too dirty.
It's a shameful winning we are doing with you.
Oh, it's pretty sick.
Very unfortunate run up, bro.
Extending our comms by a few hours today, Alan. Claudio just won that hand, I don't know. Be 3-handed and he'd be overwhelming chip leader. That really evens things out. Look at the difference here. Wow. Wow. Vladimir Kokolin. The Ukrainian now with 69 big blinds. Thomas Kosob with 49.
Already spending the 7K.
Christian Banov with 34. And Claudio by far the chip loser in 4th place here with just 9 big blinds. What a difference a hand makes.
Yeah.
Pamu says blockers aren't real. King Queen 9-7 could be in trouble.
And big blind.
Well, he got there in the end. What an exciting hand that was
Yes, sir.
for everyone in the audience, apart from Claudio Di Giacomo.
I said I was getting ready to do the next two codes, bro. From 9% to 25 to 100. Nice.
Bird says, I wonder if anyone ever won with 3 pairs in PLO.
Pretty looking hand here for Jakob.
Yeah, and Claudio putting in a chunk of chips here with the A763. Very nice double suited here for Kozub. He's running pretty good here at this FT. I suppose part of running good in PLO is just avoiding what just happened to Claudio.
True.
Staying out with danger.
Dare tre Chiplead e uscire.
Claudio seems to be taking it well. It's not his first rodeo. It's going to sting nonetheless. And now he's faced an elimination where he was about to have about 7 million in chips. Sickness. 2.1 million in this pot. He will get back into it 32% of the time, but Kozub has him fairly dominated here. The double suited ace, king, jack 9. King 9-5 is the flop. That's looking very grim for Claudio. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Hard for Kozub to lose now. Just an 8 can save Claudio as we hit the river. It's another 5. Kozub with the best of it. Eliminates
That's
Claudio Di Giacomo. Over to you, Alan, with the weather report.
All right, peeps. We're going to do another 2. We're going to do another 2, and then we'll get rid of them on the last 2 eliminations for the last 2 codes. So the 7th and 8th code at the ready here. So question number 7 is an interesting one as well. It might not be immediate, but whatever. What do you call the minimum amount required to enter a hand?
Handle it very classy.
So it's a one-word answer here, people. So what do you call the minimum amount required to enter a hand?
Zero yelling, and I mean, you know, his behavior was very classy. He wasn't, you know, complaining a lot. And, you know, many people just, you know, start screaming.
Not a blind.
Great for you to notice.
He's professional.
Not a big blind. No. Not cards. What is the what do you call the minimum amount required to enter a hand?
It was disaster.
Again, like that, I can help you guys with the first word of the. I'm sorry, the first letter of the word. If it doesn't be answered anytime soon. So, what do you call the minimum amount required to enter a hand? I assume if I give you the first letter, lads, you're going to get it pretty immediately. So I will just do that. So the first letter of the word begins with an A or an A, depending. The first word of the letter is A. What do you call the minimum amount required to enter a hand? Begins with an A, people. KM, you are the winner of the next code. Congrats, my G. Congrats, my man. You are the winner of that. Anti is the correct answer. So KM, you are the winner of the 7th code, my man. As always, I will contact you with the information, but you probably have an idea of what to do with it anyways, but I will inform you nonetheless. Okay, the question number 8 here, lads, for the 8th code. All right, fingers at the ready, as I like to say. So what is the term for a range of possible hands your opponent may have? What is the term for a range of possible hands your opponent might have? I'll give you guys a hint. I kind of said the word in the question already. It's a one-word answer, guys. It's a one-word answer. ECW King, you are going to win the 8th code for range. I could argue that it was David, but he said range advantage, which is not correct. So ECW King, you are the winner of the 8th one. So congrats. So range was the correct answer. Okay. So that's 2 for you, Mr. King. So we have 2 more codes remaining, lads. So next 2 eliminations, I will be doing 1 each. So as always, keep an ear out for that. But yeah, 8 out of the 10 codes gone already in the first 2 hours. So congratulations to everyone so far.
Winner all right, winner all right. It wasn't that funny. Oh. So we have our 4th place finisher in dramatic fashion. Unfortunate for Claudio, the Godfather. The Giacomo bows out with €17,800. Not a bad payout. I'm sure we'll see him again soon. 3 remaining, fighting it out for the title, all guaranteed a minimum of €25,500. They've netted 25k on their initial buy-in, €550. Not too bad for a Tuesday afternoon.
Indeed. And just what Apocalypse is saying there, Dan, as well about the codes. As I said, I will get direct information on on exactly how to use the codes, but what Apocalypse said there is more or less accurate. So he said, just to let people know, if you win a code, then when you register it on the King shop, and if you spend more money in the shop, you'll be emailed more codes. So as I said, more or less what that is. But as I said, I will still inform whoever with exact information who has won codes so far. But yeah, Apocalypse more or less nailed it on the head there in terms of how to use them and what to do with them, I should say.
How? I'm just counting 6-2.
Yeah, well said, Apocalypse. Tencent's just netted it. Talks about fish. Just saying, Kappa. Kappa, Kappa. Like I told you all yesterday, I'm more of a steak man these days. I do like a bit of fish. I'll eat a big salmon every now and again. But predominantly, you have a big bear. Predominantly, I've been eating a lot of red meat. But if you think of a better fish pun, be sure to drop us a line. I couldn't tune it out the sound. Yeah, we can all Google fish puns. I have 150 fish puns that are fantastic.
Oh, Jesus.
They just get worse.
I'd love to say they're getting better, but...
No, they're not supposed to. It's the whole point of fish puns.
Didn't expect that.
But if you think of any better ones, let me know. I'll put you in your place. I'll get my call.
See you out there.
Not good.
Lady Nomok says steak and berries, Dan. I like it. Yeah. Till I go into hibernation for the winter. Go hide under a rock. Where would we be without the chat, eh?
Through that.
They usually don't get this active now, Alan, until the evening time. I think it's just it's great to see it. Great for the town.
No complaints.
No complaints. 60k is the small blind, 120k is the big blind with 120k running big blind ante. Now, I don't know what way this changes the dynamic, but Coquelin is going to be pretty active, I'd imagine, with an overwhelming chip lead, as he should be. Call from Banov in the small with the ace king 4-3. Nice double suited hand here for Coquelin on the button with the ace queen 8-6, and Kosub going to call for 120 as well. These guys very evenly matched, Kosub and Coquelin and chips. Kosub is a pretty big player as well, Alan. Seen him many times. Just going to verify his hen and mob, but he's another one of them. I know his face more than the name, but I know both when it comes to him. He's no slouch. Knows this game very well. Yeah, he's up over $1 million. Just $1,032,560 before today.
Is that all?
That's all.
That's all.
Half of Claudio's 2 million and change. ECW King saying PLO players are usually all pretty experienced and a bit wacky. Yeah, they are. You have to have something wrong with you, I think. There has to be a little bit tapped towards, and desensitized is the right thing I'm trying to say, towards the results, because it's different than no limit hold'em. Obviously, you can play bigger stakes or just a similar stakes in no limit hold'em. Don't get me wrong. Of course, we've got nosebleeds, but the PLO, you just seen a great example of that in that Kings when he flops top set and it just comes runner. It's like you go from a 9-1 underdog in the floppy turn, and suddenly you have 25% equity, and bing bang boom, just like that. You hit the river. You're never too far ahead in PLO. So you've got to be a bit sick. And yeah, like he took that like a champ. He didn't even. We've seen guys throw cards, chips when they get beats like that. He just sat there stone faced, which is a testament to his character and how it's just another day in the office, is what I'm trying to say. So yeah, well said, ECW. I mean, you don't come to Kings if you're not willing to gamble, especially if you're going to play PLO. Yeah, ECW saying not as messed up as limit hold'em players. Somewhere in between. I don't know about limit hold'em now. That's kind of where I draw the line. God damn, it's so boring. I only say it's boring because it's a different variant. Like, I'm just so used to no limit. How could you like limit then when you're playing no limit all the time and commentating on it and whatnot? It's been your life. The limit is just like, it's like, come on lads, will you get on with it?
Yeah.
But you'll see Tonka there online, or Lena, like they're not just winning bracelets in normal hold'em, they're winning PLO, 10k 8 games, all this kind of stuff. You've got to be a bit dynamic and learn different variants if you want to be one of the best out there. There's just so many different games and variants you can play now. So it's great that you see such a wide variety for such a prestigious series like this. Just keeps growing every year. They're always adding in events and trying different things, which I think is awesome. Doesn't mean I'll be getting involved in any tournaments that are not no limit anytime soon, but who knows? Banov up against it here, facing two very powerful opponents. But one double up and he's basically chip leader, so that's the way it goes. Swings and roundabouts. $57 bigs playing 51, playing 26. All players with a nice score, but chasing 56,100 euro for the eventual champion. As ECW King saying, limit hold'em is brain rot. Well, horse seems to be quite popular amongst the pros for sure. And 5-card has to get another honourable mention. They love playing 5-card, especially at Kings. Seem to always be a 5-card PLO game going on somewhere. As Adam was saying earlier, there's already 5 games popping off in the high stakes realm, and he said there was about 4 or 5 no limit hold'em ones as well, as you would expect. So what you're saying, there's over 10 cash games going already on a 3:30 on a Tuesday afternoon. It's incredible.
Yeah, I'm genuinely just looking at it again, and there's more 5-car going than there was maybe whatever an hour ago. But as I said, man, for a Tuesday afternoon, pretty sick volume or sick traffic, we'll say, for this early on the day. It's great to have that as an option, by the way, as well. If you are a normal daytime grinder, we'll say.
Yeah, all happening under one roof, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov for the next 2 weeks. He's got the King 8, 8 deuce here in the small. Going to complete his option, and Banov going to bump it up with his King Queen 10 Jack. And we see a call. They're playing 3-handed now, so you're going to see their ranges get a bit wider for sure, as they should. So we have gone from 8-handed to 3-handed in record time. We're only live for a little over 2 hours now.
I had an incredible bad bit. Really? Would have almost 9 million.
What happened?
I had a three-way all-in with huge in front.
Yeah, that was another hand where he missed the river when he turned it. That was sick as well. 2 really sick hands at this FT.
Love to see it.
Yeah, as long as you're not on the receiving end of it.
Facts.
He's going to bet 350 on that ace of diamond turn. Takes it down. Yeah, I'm not seeing Vladimir Kokoilin come up on his Hendon mob, but I have a suspicion he's had a few results to his name.
Yeah, it never paints the full picture like you were saying yesterday, bro, as well, that like whatever might be in the public kind of information, it could be, not as you said yesterday, as I said already, that you know,
The
the full accuracy of it will say.
Well, say you were playing the 1K main over here, Alan, and you were at the final table or last 24 feature table anyway, and I seen you there. I'm like, hi, Alan. I know, but what I'm trying to say is, like, you wouldn't have any live results to your name, but it doesn't mean that you wouldn't be able to crush that FT.
True.
So I Google you, and I'm like, oh, this guy has no experience, but you've been crushing cash games, so you just don't know what goes on behind the scenes. So I don't like to just assume things about people. You don't know how much money they've lost the night before, how much money they've
That's the
won the
thing,
week
yeah.
before, whatever the case may be. It doesn't always pop up. Just because you don't see copious amounts of tournament results does not mean that they are not well accomplished at playing the great game of PLO
Yeah.
or No Limit Hold'em. I'm after finding them on the Global Poker Index. So it says all-time money here is $85,211. It's actually a lot less than I thought it would be. But he doesn't seem to be too phased by the moment there. He was talking to his opponent in that hand as well. I think it gets to a point where they've got so much of their stack invested that they can talk away because they're probably just going to stack off anyway.
Yeah.
But he seems calm and relaxed. But he has the chance to nearly double his tournament live earnings. But as we just said, like, he could be a cash game crusher. That's why I love getting any information about any of the players I can in the chats.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well, man, with the, tournament earnings, and, that's not factoring in like other buy-ins on top of that. It's just, as you said already, it might not paint the full picture of the actual, bottom line, we'll say.
Yeah, and we don't know what's happened to them online either. That's just live.
Yep, yep, yep.
Pocket says Hen and Mob also doesn't show how profitable a player is. Could be a mil down yet have 10 million in cashes. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, that's true.
Nothing is what it seems.
That's one thing. I suppose I pride myself in, man, with the content creation, that like just full transparency with results. Because not saying people aren't willing to do it, but I think if you're doing something like that, man, at least from my perspective, anyways, to just be as brutally honest and show the reality of playing poker full time, and just as I said, giving that people that reality of what it is. It's definitely not all sunshine and rainbows, for sure. If anything, it's the latter majority of the time.
Yeah, you've got to factor in, say, it's an online player. They could be playing on multiple sites under multiple aliases. You just don't know. You could be
Yeah.
up chunks on one site, down chunks on another. I know I'm down chunks on GG anyway. So my poker stars, it doesn't tell the full story.
Yeah, I agree with that lady, with your comment there. A lot of people in poker are faking if poker full time isn't for the weak. It's one of those things that, like, a lot of people kind of discredit themselves in terms of, have a bad week or one or two bad, we'll say a couple of bad weeks or a couple of bad months, man, and they tend to have the tendency to just kind of throw the towel in or just say, yeah, this is not for me. I mean, if I was to mention how many times that I would have had a bad session or a bad week, bad month, and I look at myself in the mirror, if I'm in the toilet or something like that, as an example, and I just say to myself, what the hell am I doing with my life? I'll probably ask myself that question more times than, oh yeah, I'm super excited that I'm doing this for a living. It's usually the latter. Not so much nowadays, but definitely for long periods of time, that was just like a self-reflection question that I would ask myself more times than not. Definitely not for the weak, for sure.
Yeah, I would tell everyone to have a backup plan. It's funny because I didn't follow that advice myself, but it's in the ever-growing game. It's so much easier, so much harder to. All the information's out there to learn, but that means everyone's able to acquire that information. So it is way, way harder to make a living. Now, having said that, there is a lot of soft games out there. Like live poker is booming, online poker is booming, but you really have to put in so much effort week in, week out, day in, day out, like Alan says. And then if you want to build a brand, say like what Alan's doing, you've got to be able to. I couldn't imagine pumping out as much content as Alan's pumping out, like, and then playing on top of it. It's exhausting, I'd imagine.
It is, yeah, it is. Like, the thing is for me, man, is kind of like I kind of have these physical slash mental kind of blocks or walls, whatever way you want to phrase it. And if it's a mental thing, there's usually like an example of procrastination where I'm like, oh, had a bad session yesterday, I'm not going to bother playing today. Usually when that happens, I just say shut the hell up or shut the F up to myself because it really doesn't mean anything. So I tend to fairly ignore when it's a mental kind of, variable like that. But, I just tend to get on with it. But when you're really feeling physically exhausted, that's something I don't think you should kind of ignore because that's your body just basically saying that you are not physically feeling good. I'm just trying to differentiate the difference in terms of like when it's a mental thing where I'm like, oh, I don't feel good today, versus like, okay, I'm physically not well today, I'm not going to play because of that. Just kind of, as I said, I always have that example of that when I've had a bad session or a couple of bad days in a row or even a couple of bad weeks. I'm like, elements of, I don't know how can I put it, just like elements of like not wanting to play or self-doubt. And you really can't have that as a professional player. Like the way I look at it is just if you work a 9 to 5, you get paid for the hours you're there. And I think as a professional player, you literally have to show up for them hours regardless of how things are going, because that's what a professional would do. That's what any company would want you to do as an employee, or as a poker player, you're self-employed. So you have to overcome that obstacle of like, oh, I'm not really feeling good today, or you get what I'm saying. It's just very, very important from a professional standpoint to just like put in your hours, because that will pay dividends over time. It has to, versus like not really showing up because you don't feel like it. It's just like not a good mindset to be in.
Dropping knowledge. Get out your pen and paper. Be writing this down. Well said, Alan. I'll try not to make a joke about everything.
No, I was just gonna say that's one thing I pride myself in. I'm not the best player in the world by any means, bro. I never claimed to be, also, but for sure I might not have the best results in the world, but I can guarantee you one thing: with consistency off the table, with stuff I can control, I'm definitely ahead against the vast majority of people, and I would stand by that pretty confidently.
Yeah, I've seen that at the tail end of a couple of your videos, especially the ones where it shows the swings you've had this year already, and you're saying like, you pride yourself, and that's what makes you the individual you are. It just shows. I was actually saying the other day, you keep getting runs now. I don't know how to compare it to cash games, but I knew I was when I get a 12th or an 8th in a tournament back in the day, I was like, oh, I know a big score is coming, and it's so intense and obsessive for me to stop playing poker at that moment, where other people are like, is he going to stop? There's a party on, or it's someone's birthday. It's I don't care. But and then if I do go to that party, or I do break away from the computer, then I come back, it's like that moment is gone, and it could be ages until I get a score then. But time and time again, when I have not gone out and I've stayed grinding on, I've got the score that I'm trying to get. So I would imagine that's what it's like when you're on a really bad downswing. I've seen just how quick you had a huge upswing. Yeah. Then you got the bomb pots on top on GG. They're fantastic. So it's really cool incentive to play over there. And just what you've done, because I remember you calling me and you're telling me like I'm on a really bad lull. It's just not going my way at all. And And I was like, just take a break. But it's funny because the advice I just said is to not take a break. But when I feel like it's coming, I can't stop because I know it's the score. But in terms of cash, you have that luxury of being able to take a break without going to the party or going AWOL, shall we say. And then you just stuck with it. And I just seen how good of a month you had the following month. And I was like, wow, look what he did. Just turned around. And we're talking about, what, 15, 20K almost just in 1 month when you had a couple of bad months in a row.
Yeah, in that example, yeah, that's kind of what happened. I think I was like stuck 15K in the first two months of this year. And I remember I got a piece of advice from my mindset coach that kind of took the last couple of months, or last couple of days, I should say, off in February, and just studied very, very hard. And he said, when you come back playing, forget about whatever happened at the start of the year. Yeah, okay, I was X amount in the hole. That's you're not going to like completely disregard it. But like what he was trying to get into my mind was, okay, whatever happened, but don't have that on your mind when you start March fresh. Like just kind of ignore it as if it never happened, even though realistically it did. But it was a big help in terms of like perception to have that, not in my mind in a sense, and just kind of try and play the best poker I can after that. And luckily it did turn around in that short time frame, which again was not on the agenda. I just had in my mind to try and play as well as I possibly could. And there was a massive upswing in that month of March, mostly in April as well. And I think I had that bad beat jackpot on Russian cash as well for like 13K. So that was nice. But yeah, again, I do agree, man, that like one of those things that you don't really want to stop playing, and you do have that freedom as a poker player to make that decision. But like my perception is like, this is going to happen regardless. So why would I, have that in my mind to stop playing because it's not going well? The way I would look at it is just like, okay, no matter how much time I take off, it's still going to be the same situation when I come back, if that makes sense. So it's either like, improve my resilience and perception in that moment to not, impact my decisions at all. But yeah, for sure, you just can't have that perception, man. But I do agree, like taking a break can help, but I just never understood the benefit of it. But if I just make a decision to take time off, I'm not going to like completely pull myself away. It's more so that I'm just going to spend a lot more time studying, checking some spots that I might have made mistakes in or whatever, and then take that decision to do that, and then come back stronger. So not fully pulling myself away, like you kind of mentioned, but yeah, kind of would allocate a lot more time for studying.
Yeah, there's just so much good nuggets of information to be taken away from what you just said. Just you pride yourself on your schedule and your routine and stuff as well. Especially when you're playing 500 NL and then 1K NL, like winning a bomb pot's great, but you could lose 10K the following week. So you just got to take the rough with the smooth. It's a testament to your character, I would say. And look, it's paying dividends.
Just to add to that as well, man, like, playing 200 NL nowadays for me, it just doesn't do it for me anymore. And, where I want to be in poker, man, is just like really playing high stakes. And that's where I kind of get my buzz. And I kind of mentioned that in a video as well that I did, that I nearly prefer the grind of, trying to shot a higher limit, it not working out, having to regrind, going at it again, and just trying to get into that stake that I'm, maybe imagining myself being. And, at the moment, it's kind of trying to dip my toes in 1K NL at the moment. And it's given me that experience, as I mentioned, of, that buzz and that grind. And that's what I just prefer, instead of like, maybe playing 200 NL where I can just like, make pretty decent profit consistently. But I'm not in poker for that, man. I want to be out of my comfort zone as much as possible. And, playing 500 and 1K more or less does it for me in that regard.
Yeah, well, keep her lit. I'm sure we'll be tuning in to find out what happens next time.
For sure.
Yeah, well, it's just great. It's great to see you rebound that well. And I remember you were actually properly, like, physically sick, and you did take time off, and you were planning on grinding on. And I was like, just stop. You have to know when to quit as well.
I suppose that's what I mean by that, in terms of the mental and physical differences. As I said, if it's a mental thing, it's kind of like, just it's just a thought, man. But if it's actually physical, where you're genuinely not feeling good, then I think you have to make that smart decision. That's kind of self-awareness, anyways, bro, which is important as a poker player too, to have good self-awareness, whether that's on the table or off the table. It's important to do it well.
Yeah, acceptance, acknowledgement, and awareness are three key factors in downswings,
Yeah.
especially. It's easy to talk about when you're on an upswing.
True that.
Yeah, that's something I can relate to a lot. You have a score and you nearly go on winner's tilt there. You want to play higher, and
Yeah.
you think you're great then, and you're actually not playing anywhere near as good as you were the previous week that led you to get the score. But you think everything's fine and gravy because you've already won the internet in a sense. But
Yeah.
you soon get spanked and schooled by the better players who probably are applying the mindset that you just aforementioned. So lot to be taken away there. Pocket says it's amazing how much a positive mindset can help in poker and life in general, I guess.
True.
Yeah. I don't want to get into manifesting because I don't believe in it at all. It's like your manifesting means that you work hard. It's like, oh, well, you're going to tell me great things happened because you went to work every day. Of course they did. Like, you can manifest all you want. If you're going to eat Cheetos, as the analogy goes, on the couch, and not look at your bills or what comes in the letterbox or who's knocking at the door. Like, what good opportunity. You need to put yourself in good situations to get lucky. Same way in an MTT. Players put themselves in a good position to get lucky. Today we sound like Helmet. I actually have read that book, read it in a day, about positivity. I actually read that when my ex-girlfriend at the time was in A&E, and I was just reading a book on positivity. So we better pick up the action here. We're about to go on break. But when you're talking like that, Alan, I don't really want to interrupt you because there's a lot of questions come in, week out that you're answering, so I don't have to.
True that.
It's just you've done it, like you've walked the path while you're doing it, whatever you want to call it. So we have different backgrounds, there's different ways of explaining, and you're at the height of your powers there at the moment, which is great to see. So it's a great time for you to answer these questions coming in and explain what it takes to really propel yourself to be a professional poker player. So I would say, to sum things up, just make sure you have a backup plan. But if you want to do it, you're going to have to get the grind on. And you've basically dedicated your life to it. Me, not so much. I'm still in college and stuff, but I've done it as well. I was a few years in the difference between our ages, so that also is a factor.
Yeah, I just didn't want to go back into full-time work again, man, after doing it the first time. You know what I mean? That was always in the back of my mind, so I just made sure that I was kind of doing as much as I possibly could to, not make that happen again, go back to a 9 to 5. Again, absolutely nothing wrong with that. Let me make that very clear. But, as I said, for me as an individual, I just, I always wanted to play poker for a living. Once I knew it was a possibility, that was always on my mind. So, as I said, just wanted to try and do everything I possibly could to make it a possibility. And as I said, the last 12, 18 months have been a lot more linear, thankfully.
Don't remember myself checking.
Here's something we haven't seen much of, a bluff at this FT. The Queen 6, 3 deuce. Going to turn that one into a bluff, blind v blind. Gets the better hand to fold. So we are going to play one more hand before going on break. What an exhilarating 2.5 hours it's been in the opening frame. 5 eliminations, 3 remain, chasing the title. You wanted action. Well, we have delivered once again. ECW King saying he wrote an entire book about it. He did indeed. I think Bilzerian also wrote a poker book. I haven't got around to reading that one yet. Now, Puck was saying I prefer novels to poker books. Well, you have wrote a few books yourself, Apocalypse. None poker related, I don't think. Double suited for Kozub. Queen Jack 9-4 here for Kokulin. He'd prefer if he was double suited himself. He's forced to let it go. Queen 10 8-5. Don't think Banov likes this one too much either with 3 hearts in his hand, but will call for 205k more. So you've heard the man, 15-minute break after this hand.
Can I have a phone, please?
Banov going to bet 275. 6-4-3. The 8 and the 5 in his hand. Kozub going to continue. Turn is the Jack of Hearts. Goes up with the best of it. Banov finds another barrel here though. Kozub forced to let his hand go.
I'd say so.
Gets the job done, takes it down. Now playing 4.5 million, just a million behind Kozub. So that's how we're looking as we go to break. Vladimir Kokulin with 50 bigs, Thomas with 47, and Banov in third place, but not too far behind with 38 big blinds. We'll see you all in about 15 minutes for lots more action in the PLO 8 Max final table. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. That. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
Well,
Nojbal's going to have a hand? Oh, he does have a hand!
jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, 2 flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9-4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. 1 card from elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
Especially again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks,
So forgiving.
can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy is just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but
yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack v +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
120.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
But one he's not fearful of, in particular given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with ace queen. Only king, jack, heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something dampen off surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of hearts, jack of hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290. The fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think is the ace jack ace king of hearts sort of kit.
Take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing. I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes.
Wow.
2 to come. He still has 20% equity, but a 4-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set on the 2.1 million in the middle.
We move to inside. What our table number? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace On his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck. Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds.
One more hand.
Will polish off his remains.
One more hand.
And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you'd find the escape with ace-queen in the spot as played.
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato, as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If
Temato.
it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60,
By Volkov. Up to 165. Now the Ducklings losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Oh, hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What have we walked into?
I thought
Najad?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was.
Right, guys, and welcome back to the coverage of this PLO 8 Max final table. We are three-handed at the moment. As you guys just saw there, the chip stacks of the remaining three players. Fairly even in chip stacks, playing for 56k up top, and obviously the bracelet alongside that. A lot of eliminations from the get-go, guys, but it has slowed down immensely the last hour to an hour and a half. So yeah, hopefully, well, I'm not going to say hopefully, if it happens, it happens. That we get some eliminations and get down to heads up, but either way, three competent players left. Let's see how this unfolds.
Well said, Alan. Finn, the giveaway GOAT. Myself, Action Man Dan in the house. Strata says, Phil Helmet plays ABC Poker and gets mad if you don't play exactly like he wants you to. He is a crybaby, has a need to belittle others just to make himself feel and look good. Is he a good player? Yes, he is. Is he the type of person that's good for poker? No, he is not. Well,
agreed.
Yeah, buddy, I find him very entertaining all the same. Would I like to be at his table? No. Would I give him a slap? Probably. Would I berate him back? Absolutely.
I was never too overly, how can I put it? Like not overly keen, but you get like every time I would have saw him, like from my earlier days of poker, not anyway old by any means. I'm 30. Well, I'm 31 in 3 weeks' time, I believe actually. I never seen the appeal that he might have had to others, because yeah, just like my perception was he was just kind of more or less what Strata said, like an ABC kind of guy.
Yeah, he is a marketing genius, and I don't use that term loosely. Like his brand, the poker brat, is worth more than he's ever made in poker.
True that.
And I mean, Daniel Negreanu as well is up there. I mean, I don't know what his brand is, but you know, a few of those sickos, they've made so much money outside of poker. Now, in the case of Phil Helmet, don't get me wrong, he's won more bracelets than anyone else, and he is an absolute legend. But he has not. I don't think he's evolved in the game as much as some other. Like, put him against some top regs who have just been playing online, like Lena or something. He's going to get a blitz.
Yeah. For sure.
I have this white magic thing. I believe it to a point. But I have
exactly.
He made some unbelievably sick folds that other players wouldn't. Let's get that straight. And he is a bit of a soul reader at times. But it's more these moves he makes to stay in the tournament rather than these moves he makes to win it. But sometimes folding will win you a tournament. Have to see some more action from him. But he is a bit of a crybaby and he wants to win everything. And that's where that competitive nature comes in also. I could talk about him for hours. He's not here now. But these players, we were saying, yeah, like, you know, they play the horse, the 10Ks, the 5 cards. That really does make them a great, complete player. It's not like he's won every bracelet and no limit hold'em. So it's nice to see him really crunching down and getting down to the nitty-gritty with, was it the 50k PLO last year? I can't remember the exact events. Excuse me. Yeah, it's not beating the best players world. It's consistently beating the worst players. That's well put, KM. Going to try get stuck a bit more into the strategy here with 3 players remaining now. Colin is your chip leader. Wins another one there. Just seen on the leaderboard, I was chomping on an apple there, Alan. I had the leaderboard up. I had a few seconds to go. You got there before me for the introduction.
Yeah. I wasn't sure about that. There's times there was just a moment of silence where you might need an extra minute or two, and I just tend to just like, okay, 30-second window. If I hear nothing, I'll just do it for you. Which obviously we're a team here, so it doesn't matter which one of us does it.
Yeah, I mean, I can't be doing all the introductions. Having said that, now you've been doing all the giveaways, so you know.
Yep. We've
Swings
two
and
more codes.
roundabouts.
We've 2 more codes to give away as well, people, for the 85 people that are on the Twitch chat. So keep an eye out for them. Will be another elimination. I will do another one, and then we'll probably do we'll probably do the second or the last one, I should say, some point, excuse me, during the heads up match.
ECW saying he disagrees. PH is an awesome poker player. His attitude is obnoxious, but he has great skill, and because he plays so GTO, it's easy for aggro players to bully him. He doesn't really play GTO. That was my whole point. He plays the opposite. He has his own style. I mean, maybe he's in the solvers, in the lab, whatever you want to call it, a lot these days, but this white magic stuff and making these really tight laydowns, etc., and soul reading people, they're not GTO approved. I don't like talking about GTO and solvers on this channel anyway. I like to keep it nice and friendly for people that are just learning the game, right up to the more skilled people that are commenting in the chat. They're more experienced. But yeah, I mean, if Phil Hellmuth's at any table, like I'm going to want to tune in. I want to hear him. Like, so it's how much of a genius he is at building his brand. Obviously, he's great at poker, but look how much money he's made away from the table.
Yeah.
It's like some of those basketballers. They've made more from their Nike shoe deals than I ever make on the court. It doesn't mean that they're not one of the greatest to ever lace up those aforementioned shoes and get out onto the court. Runners, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Sneakers,
yeah.
ECW saying it's kind of funny though seeing Tony G play millions. I love Tony G. Some people do not like Tony G, but you want to see a player arrive at the table who's going to bring the ruckus. An element that we're missing in this live poker streams is people don't talk enough. There's not enough. I'm not on about berating, but we could make the game a bit more entertaining at times. We are commenting on arguably the world's most boring sport in terms of how fast-paced it plays. Now, I don't want to use the term boring, but if you just tune in and you watch this, it's like, and you didn't know anything about poker, you're like, who are these guys playing with these plastic coins? So it's, you're going to bring so many new people into the game if there's a lot of action taking place and people giving it back to each other at the table. That's why people tune in to see Martin Cabrel play so much. He's always going to bring the ruckus. He's always going to be entertaining. And yeah, okay, there might be an argument or two, but I'm going to tune in to hear what they have to say.
Agreed.
So you said.
So there we have it. Cook Cullen now way out in the lead, Alan. He's nearly at 2-1 chip advantage from Thomas and Banov with 15 bigs. So Kozub with double the chips of Banov and Vladimir now with nearly double the chips of Kozub. But anything can happen. Still 100 big blinds in play.
Yeah, I was just going to say there briefly that, like, obviously when you're playing short-handed like this, man, you're just going to be in the blinds, like, basically, 2 out of every 3 hands in this situation, 3-handed. You need to fight for pots, because if you're not, and I mean, I know these guys are competent without a doubt, but for sure, you cannot play a passive game in this situation. You know, equities in this game obviously can run very, very, very close in a lot of spots. But for sure, you need to be willing to gamble here when this 3-handed, when you're just fighting for blinds the whole time. Otherwise, you're just going to be whittled away, and you do not want that to happen.
Yeah, you're going to be forced to play a lot more hands in PLO, especially 3-handed. These guys will have played a lot of short-handed PLO. It's not their first rodeo. Stratus says at one point Phil Hellmuth would play half the World Series of Poker games, win 1 bracelet, and act like that was the only game he played that year. If you play 100 World Series of Poker events each year, and after 30 years, you should have won more than anyone else. Well, there's a lot of people trying to do the same. You can say what you want about Phil Hellmuth. He has grown the game exponentially over the years. And he's a dinosaur. He's around forever. Stratus said, sorry for misspellings. I'm doing a ton of emails at work today. Oh, no.
Ace 7.
Ace 7 wins another one. They all count at this late stage. Those big blinds, the big blind antes. Blinds went up as well, 81, 60, 160 after the break. ECW saying to be giving out rings and bracelets a lot more than they used to do. I think it's really cool that GG do that. You've got the rings and the bracelets. You could be going around like MLBs in no time. And I think it's cool that you can win a bracelet in a buy-in that's not going to break the bank.
True.
Who doesn't want to become a World Series of Poker circuit ring champion? Or it's all about those gold bracelets. So let's get one thing straight.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I started playing poker, Al. I know you love cash games, but I just all day just dream about winning trophies and bracelets.
Yeah.
It was nearly the glory, or just becoming champion was more important to me than the money. I think I can safely say that's changed over time. Yeah, the rings for the circuit tours. There's a lot of circuit tours now. There's so many more opportunities to win a bracelet. I do see what you are saying. It's not as prestigious to win the rings because they have them everywhere, but at least everyone has a fair shot at becoming a champion. But there's nothing more prestigious than these gold bracelets, putting one of them around your wrist. Hey, honey, we won it, honey.
You still have to battle through a bunch of big fields to make it happen as well, man. You know, even though they are a little bit more plentiful nowadays in terms of opportunities to, you know, play the events, run deep in the events and whatever, you know, you still have to field, like, again, today was, 642 from what I can see with the graphics. I think yesterday's event was like over 3,000, I believe. So there's still a lot of things you need to dodge to even be in with an opportunity to make the final 9 or even the last couple of tables, you know.
Yeah, well said, Alan, there as well. It's like these smaller buy-ins, you're going to be dealing with way larger fields. So it is still very difficult to navigate your way through these fields. That's why we always say the cream rises to the top. I'm so shocked to see same names week in, week out at Kings. For these, some of the Italian poker sport, that amazing record-breaking stream we had on not so long ago as well. We had over 6,000 entries for a €550 buy-in, something around that area. I remember I commentated the Sunday, the Monday, or the Monday, the Tuesday, and the Wednesday. And 500,000. Where would you get it? 500,000 for the winner in Europe for a 550 buy-in.
Sick.
Yeah, it was. So I see what you're saying there. Trying to get through fields like that is no easy task. He's fast approaching 10 million now, the Ukrainian. He's going to complete his option with the Jack 10, 9, 4. Banov going to check his option with the Queen 7, 6, 4. Ace King 6. Just needs to bet about half pot here, or one big blind even. Goes for 180. That will do, pig. Crosses the 10 million mark. ECW King says, every day people are winning major MTTs. So isn't it a great time to be alive? Such a variety of games you can play now. I talked about the different formats, but you're spoiled for choice all over Europe, all over the world, online and live. Back in my day, they didn't even have synchronized breaks.
Yeah.
There is World Series of Poker circuit event coming to Kings that will be streamed too. Indeed, Apocalypse. I believe I'll be in the booth for that one. I'm not sure if Alan will be joining me. All will be revealed on the next card. We'll get through this week first.
Through that.
That's coming just before Halloween. You can check out that schedule. Like everything else, you've got the merchandise store and all the other information about the resort itself. Head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. And once again, if you're just tuning in on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch, you are watching Three-Handed Action. It's the final table at the €550 World Series of Poker Europe. It's the Pot Limit Omaha 8 Max Bracelet event number 2, live from the Kings Resort in Rozvadov. Double suited here, ace, king, queen, 3 for Banov. All the time is in the house. What's up all the time? You've been quiet today and yesterday. Hope you're keeping well. We're just missing no pair, no draw. ECW King all the time and no pair, no draw. 3 of the biggest fans on this channel by a landslide. There's a few others, of course, need honourable mentions. There's loads. They just seem to be the names that pop up the most frequently this year. Love to see it. So ace, king, king, 4. Double suited. Very nice hand for Kozub. Raises to 560.
560, right?
And I've got a call with the ace, queen, 9, 3. Kozub will take that one down on the jack 5-4. 2 hard flop. And he extends his lead. He now has more than a 2-1 chip lead on Thomas Kozub and Banov. 10% of the chips in play, playing 10 bigs. That means there's still 100 big blinds in play. Banov needs to make a move soon. DCW says, and we love you. Oh, thanks, man. I love you too.
Right back at you.
Platonically now, of course.
Yes. Make that very clear.
All the time says, I love it here. TY, TY. So where else would you be on a Tuesday afternoon? Got guys tuning in at work and everything. All around the globe. We'd even have a guy tuning in from Australia, Mike the Biker. He's absent today. Usually he pops in on Monday afternoon. Far and wide, this channel is reaching, Alan. It's great to see it.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Say they're travelling far and wide to be under this roof this week. Playing for it all. Tell you, I'd love to be flying over there for the event we're commentating on, that 1K World Series of Poker Europe mini-main event this weekend.
That's on the Saturday, you said, yeah?
Hold on, I'll get my binoculars out, get the schedule up.
Pretty sure it is, I think.
Yes, the mini-main event is this Saturday, bracelet event number 3. We're also doing the Colossus. We didn't do the Colossus last year. And we're also doing the World Series of Poker Nolan Hold'em GG Millions next Tuesday. Haven't done that one before, that's for sure. Cullen really winning pot after pot, all momentum shifting in his direction. Ace King 9-6 here, Ace Jack 8, all diamonds is the flop. Goes up with top 2, but no diamonds in his hand. Just going to check call. Turn is a 4th diamond, 6 of diamonds rolls off. Looks like he's going to reach. He's got a 9 of diamonds blocker. Blocks some. Draws. The Coast Up could have. I don't know how relevant it is. It's just going to be bluffing this really. Betting 625. Kozub is going to call. This pot getting bloated now, Alan, as we hit the river. You like this bet on the turn by Cullen?
I mean, yeah, for the reasons you mentioned, I assume, but I just don't think Kozub can fold just yet because he can just be bluffing a lot of like offsuit diamond hands here, man, or just one single diamonds like he's doing. He still have outs to improve as well on a board pairing, ace or jack, and seems to be the case that Cullen, excuse me, might be deciding to potentially give up here. Not too sure. I guess we'll find out.
It's be pretty sick if he finds another bet. Ooh. There you go. Spicy and pricey betting enough to put the ball in. 5 diamonds out there.
Yeah, hard to find a fold, or hard to find a call, excuse me.
Really nice bluff. Getting Kozub out of the way. Extending his chip lead. He's got a stranglehold on his opposition now. It has occurred to me as well, Alan, that when we were growing up in school, that we learn about our mythological creature, Cullen, and I keep trying to say this guy's name. If you don't know who Cú Cullen is, we could give them a really good history lesson in the chat.
I gotta try.
You could Google Cú Cullen.
Irish
He was,
legend.
Irish legend that we learned about in school. We had our own mythology. So I keep trying to say Cú Cullen when I'm trying to say his name, and I'm stuttering. This guy used to fight off wolves and
With a
hit a
hurley.
ball with a hurl 500 yards and catch it at the other side of the field before it
What a
landed.
man, huh? What a man.
He was a warrior. He could fight off many a man. What did they say? He bet like 50 people with his bare hands or something. I'd have to have a look now.
Something like that.
Don Fox saying, well, if it isn't the man blessed by the Lord himself who gives Dan the voice that will echo through eternity as the one true voice to rule them all. All right, man.
Jesus.
Get a hand there. I've got a second guy in the chat with me as well today. If you haven't heard Alan's beautiful voice before, today is your day.
I was going to say, that sounds like the intro to some Lord of the Rings episode or something like that, man.
It does, yeah. Maybe you'll be his friend there. You're telling me to watch the new series.
Yeah, for sure. For sure, it's good.
But meanwhile, back at the ranch here, we've got all in and call. Banov 10-6, 4-3. Kozub King 9, 6-5. And Kozub is in great shape here to eliminate Banov, and we'll be going heads up for the title. But this is PLO. Anything can happen. Banov could easily spin and win back to 3 mil. Big moment for him here. He doesn't like it, and I don't blame him. He is up against it here. Kozub with 69% equity. Banov with just 31. Hope you're keeping well anyway, Dan Fox. Nice to have you with us.
No pictures. I'm too stressed.
It is a stressful moment. All in for your tournament life.
Better cards for me, like
Big
ace 10 jack or something.
better cards. Here we go.
I like it.
King,
Basically
King
dead.
Jack. That is not. He is dead. Yeah.
See any backdoor for you?
Yeah.
Opportunities there. You never know in PLO. You really have to binoculars out. But Kozub is just going to eliminate Banov right off the bat there on the flop. And guys, it's all happening very quick today. We're going on another break for the guts of 10 minutes. I'm going to eat the second half of my apple here. We're going to come back for an epic heads-up battle.
Which position?
Fast-paced action taking place. Don't go anywhere. We're going to put a ribbon on this thing and crown one of the remaining players as your PLO champion. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
Just FYI as well, guys, I'll be giving away the 2 codes after we come back from this brief intermission, okay? So stick around for that. It's probably going to be 10-minute break, something like that. So yeah, 2 code giveaways. The last 2 codes will be done once we come back from break, okay? I'll see you guys then.
You guys want a break?
Yeah, 10 minutes if you want, if you can. 10 minutes, okay?
All right, guys, come back. Cards in the air at 4:20. Okay? 4:20, come back here. We'll continue heads up, okay?
And I mean, there was pretty decent guarantees there, even the mixed games, which don't tend to attract big numbers. All of these guarantees getting met, which is great. So we're looking at two big stacks. Cecil with the real hand here on the button, but Eric Nitro going to 3-bet with the King 9 just to try and establish his presence here. He's just arrived, and the Dutchman in the big blind roll just gets rid of his cards and lets the two big boys fight it out. Some kind of setup, but Eric Nitro 3-betting. I mean, he's going to get so many hands to fold, but Ace King is never folding here.
No.
And we could see a 4-bet. It is a 4-bet there.
Yeah, it is a 4-bet.
Sizing is quite small.
Did it quite flamboyantly as well. Now, Eric really should just be folding unless he wants to get very adventurous and 5-bet.
Well, I mean, okay, maybe 5-bet is a consideration. What kind of sizing would be going? I mean, it's going to be.
You go absolutely tiny. Like basically, if you go tiny and represent aces or kings, you'll get quite a lot of folds. The problem is it's just so much of a stack now. I think the prudent thing here is just to wave the white flag.
Well, that's just sick. I mean, this is unbelievable stuff.
That is incredible.
I mean, what a statement. Eric Nitro, this is just, I mean, what a statement from the Italian who's just sat down. He's putting all his chips in with King 9 offsuit.
Yeah.
I'm Cecil. I mean, I'm not strong enough to make this call if I'm Cecil. I just go, okay, you got me. I'm not willing.
This might work though. Cecil really doesn't like this. He's basically been asked to put almost all his steps in.
It's not too dissimilar to the hand we've seen between the Dutch player Raul and Matteo earlier. And it's the second time we've seen Ace King fold a pre.
Oh, that is.
Well, I mean, this is just a license to kill now, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
Up with his pocket fours, or will we see him play loosey goosey? That was the first moment we got to see him play any hand. Wojciech raising from the cutoff to 11,000. Mohammed calling the additional 8.5k from the small blind with King 9 of hearts. Flop is Queen 8, 7, 2 diamonds. Check from the small blind, check from the cutoff. Turn is the King of Spades.
Top pair now for Mohammed. Checks again. Straight draw for Wojciech. Wojciech betting 19k. Mohammed with the call. The river giving Wojciech the straight. Mohammed with the option will check, I would imagine, unless he's deciding to do some form of a blocker bet. Check from Mohammed. Now, Wojciech, how much value do I think I could get from my opponent's small blind defending range? Flop goes check, check. Turn goes bet call. And now the river. I will bet somewhere around 42k. Heard it here first. He's gone for full pot. I suppose it's a good spot to go for full pot. A lot of two pairs complete on this river. It'll be hard to get away from a hand as strong as King 9. We block straights, which is very important. We have top pair. Would Wojciech check back some diamonds on the flop and now bet turn and river? Big moment for Mohammed here. That is why the more I actually break this down, I prefer a larger sizing. We are polar. We've got nuts or air. Mohammed containing a 9 in his hand with his top pair, having to pay off Wojciech.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Vladimir Kokulin with 73 bigs as your overwhelming chip leader with nearly 3/4 of all the chips in play. Thomas is up against it, but a very formidable opponent in this heads-up battle that's about to commence. 11.6 million playing 4.2 million in chips. Both players have locked up a minimum of €37,400, €56,100 for the champion, and that all-important gold bracelet. If you're just tuning in, it's the PLO 8 Max FT. Just 2 remaining after less than 3.5 hours going live. We started with 8. Incredible scenes, so much action. Been a very fun day so far. Hope you're enjoying the show wherever you're tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Here's myself, Action Man Dan, in the booth with Alan, the giveaway Go Finn.
Speaking of giveaways, since you mentioned it now, I think it's a nice little transition into the remainder of the last 2 codes. So yeah, guys, we're going to give away the last 2. Just get them out of the way since we are heads up, and we can just enjoy the heads up action after that. So, as I always say, fingers at the ready here for these last 2 codes that are available for the raffle. That'll be held on the 10th of October, I believe. Amazing prizes up top. iPhone 13 Pro and a PS5, I believe. I'll have more details on other prizes you can win probably from tomorrow onwards, but there are definitely 2 of the possibilities you can win. So yeah, second last code here. Question is, what is the most important factor when deciding whether to continue in a hand? What is the most important factor when deciding whether to continue in a hand? It is a 1-word answer, my good people. And like always, I can give you help if needed. Pot odds is incorrect. Equity is incorrect. We'll give you guys another 10 or 15 seconds, and if that does not happen, I will give you the first letter of the 1-word answer. So no correct answers at the moment. So the first letter of the word, people, is P. So let me ask the question again. So what is the most important factor when deciding whether to continue in a hand? And the first letter of the word is P. And we have a winner, and it is Pen Cullum. So you are the winner of the 9th code. Position is the correct answer. So congrats, my man. Make sure your Twitch DMs are not set on private, Pen Cullum. And I will be contacting you. Look, laughing at some of the answers. I will be contacting you after the end of the stream, bro, with the information to what to do with the code, okay? So make sure your DMs are not set on private. So the last one then that we're going to be giving away for the stream today, my good people, the 10th and final code. So you're all ready? So what is it called when a player has money left behind after betting? What is it called when a player has money left after betting? 1-word answer again, lads. 1-word answer again. So 1-word answer, I can't give you anything. It has to be 1 word that someone has to say specifically. Someone was very close, by the way. Just saying. So the question is, again, what is it called when a player... Okay, draw to ATM, you do win the final code. I kind of gave it away when I said this. Someone was very close, but draw to ATM, you are the final code winner of today's stream. So as I said, make sure your DMs are not set on private, bro. And I will be contacting you with the information after this. So we have the 10 codes given away for this stream, lads. So David wins 2 of them. ECW King wins 2 of them as well. KM wins 1. Pen Cullum wins 1. Draw to ATM. Swivel Steals and Will Poe and Pamu are the winners of the 10 codes. So they are done and dusted for today, lads. Tune in tomorrow where there will be another 10 codes to give away and your opportunity to win some amazing prizes on the raffle for the 10th of October. GG.
Another day, another dollar, Alan.
Giveaway goat strikes again, eh?
Another 10 codes closer to the grave.
Sure that. So Dan is asking, what are the codes used for? So you're going to have information, but they're basically used to on a certain link where you'll input the code with your username and stuff like that. But as I said, I'll have more specific information on top of that probably from tomorrow onwards. But, you know, not to worry about it, Dan, unless you win a code. Put it that way.
No better man to give away prizes. To give away codes anyway. From the get-go. Christmas could be coming early. Imagine winning one of those phones. I think they're worth the guts of $2,000. Maybe even more.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that, yeah. They're not cheap anyways, that's for sure.
I really like how well Colin is playing. Not even talking about strategy, just how composed and chilled he is, soaking in the atmosphere, not letting the pressure get to him. He really is in pole position. His demeanor has impressed me. Finds himself with 3/4 of the chips in play almost. Thomas Kozub obviously used to being in these situations himself. From Cullen's GPI, it would indicate that he hasn't been in situations like this before, at least not in the live poker scene. Don't know enough additional information about him, but that's what we can find online. So really nice score for him, no matter what happens. But obviously he'd like to get that title and the bracelet. Dan Fox now has a new voice he can comment on. Take the heat off me, Alan.
What was the original comments before?
He just loves coming in on a Monday telling me how sweet my voice is and how great it is to hear from me.
That's nice.
And that became the norm once a week. And he would go into elaborate detail about my voice. And I was trying to explain to him, I assure you, no one has ever complimented my voice like this before. It's usually the opposite, but no one on mic hears me with it in a loud pub with a drink in my hand. They might tune out a lot quicker then.
Ha.
The voice of a generation. Someone's got to do it. Because we're going to bet 480. And I don't think Cullen's going to be going anywhere just yet. He's got flush draw, pair, 2 pair, 3 pair.
Many pairs.
Let's call. Let's hit a flush, albeit a small one. 7 high. Also going to bluff at it.
Get snapped.
Call very quick. There are some other situations where you might let a 7 high flush go, but not heads up in PLO.
Definitely not.
Snaps him off, and he's going to put Coles up on the ropes here. Puts him down to 2.4 million. Dan Fox says, have to gas up the homies from across the pond.
Doing a bang-up job.
Always makes me smile. Obviously, you can't see me smiling, but we like to have fun here. ECW King asked him to do 5 trips to the Shetlands, cover the travel expenses. Probably not. That's a very... I live in Ireland, and it's still very far from here to the Shetlands. Someone saying, your man sounds a little like Sven calls. I don't know if you're on about me or Alan, but that's not the first time I've heard that before. It's very easy to say someone from Ireland sounds like another person from Ireland.
True.
And then when we're in Ireland, you have no idea how different the accents are in all the 32 counties.
But Sven is he's Midlands as well, isn't he, Dan? I believe.
Is he up near Longford?
Yeah, I think so.
He's an absolute beast. Got to give him a shout out. I love him. I always try to catch his stream, but it's usually on a different time zone. So I only
He's actually streaming right now.
See bits and pieces, and I've seen him put in. Not many people have put in a 24-hour stream on night. He absolutely loves it. He's had some big results lately. A big shout out to him. I don't know. He's probably not going to see this, but he's just a beast. He's a very good personality to talk about what we were talking about before the break, about being relentless, not giving up when you're close to a score. That guy, I've seen him on stream when he was bouncing from hotel to hotel, and then he got caught with COVID and he got stuck in London, and he's like, oh, it's no big, I'll just turn on my laptop, get a hotel and win 300k. Like, what a man, what a player.
Yeah, he sent me the raid of his stream last Friday, and I was joking with him, saying that because he only followed at that time on the channel, and I was kind of saying to him, like, you know, what the F, like, you know, you're only following me now after sending me the raid, and you know, we're having a back and forth in chat, like just humor, like, but very, very nice guy, man. I jumped into the stream probably, yeah, maybe a day or two afterwards when he was streaming himself. We do have an all in here, I believe, actually, so we'll run
shut
this
the front door, it's all in and call. Blinds have just gone up as well. 100k, 200k, 200k. Kozub has had enough. Double suited, ace, queen, 5-4. Getting it in against the king, jack, 10-9. Not too far from a coin flip here, Alan.
True that.
This could be the last hand. We're calling with a lot of equity here. If Kozub can spin this up, we've got a battle on our hands. He'll be back to nearly 20 pigs. A5 deuce is the flop. Good start for Kozub. He's ahead. That's the dodge 12 outs right now. That'll probably change on the turn. As is tradition in PLO.
True.
Turn is a 6. Increases the outs for Cullen to win this to 16, if that's correct. That's a lot of cards to dodge as we hit the river. Does dodge it. That's a very good dodge. Dodge Viper. He will take that one, sit back down, get a healthy double up. Yeah, it's funny you should say that about Sven. I love that he wears his emotions on his sleeves, and if he's in whatever mood he's in, you're going to know about it. And obviously, you have a background in DJing, and you like techno a lot. I still DJ to this day. I love it. But he plays some of that heavier stuff as well, and I love tuning in. He's always bopping away.
Yeah,
yeah, he's a great guy to give the raid to, or vice versa. The guy's just relentless, and very proud of him, very happy for him. I don't actually know him personally. Actually, when I wrote in the chat to say well done about certain results he's had, he's like, oh, it's great that you'll finally talk to me. used to watch me playing the 180s, and I was like, bro, that's about 10 years ago.
Literally.
If he ever does hear this, he'd be happy that he got such an extensive shout out. Don't give too many shout outs on the stream. You got to support your own.
Yeah, I was asking him about Cambodia, where he's situated right now, man. What it's like to live there and, you know, grind there and whatnot. He said basically wouldn't kind of come back to a Western country after being where he is the last X amount of the time. He said it's very easy to get a visa and stuff like that. But I'm probably contemplating maybe moving probably in the next 1 or 2 years, I would say. Not 100% sure on the time frame, but it's definitely in the back of my mind. So I was kind of just inquiring to him about the situation and all that jazz. And yeah, as you can imagine, fairly cheap to live there, bro. Very cheap to get around. So yeah, for sure, nice to kind of talk to someone about that and get an idea of what it's like. Because Asia, I definitely want to travel to at some stage, man. And would like to kind of not team up with him specifically, but just have someone there that, you know, has lived there for X amount of the time, that has some experience behind him, that can, you know, maybe help me out if I did go that side of the world.
That's awesome that you're making plans. I hope you'll still join me in the commentary booth. You won't get too big for us. Who knows what the universe in the future holds. I don't know if I would go live there, but I would be very willing to go on a 4 to 6 week trip, even a couple of months. I don't know how well I'd be adjusted to the climate. I'm not great in the heat or the humidity. But if you're over there, I have 1 or 2 other friends over there. I wouldn't say no to visiting Sven over there. That's 3 people I could go visit right off the bat. I think, as Al Finn once said, it's a no-brainer.
Said it more than once. But yeah, on about Cambodia, Stratos is well, Apocalypse more or less answered that.
Yeah, Vietnam is a hot spot as well. Thailand, you're not too far from Bali. Apocalypse says Japan and Korea. I presume you're on about South Korea, not North Korea. Cullen declares he's got a 4, and that will win. Stratos actually has a lot of info there. He was in Manila. I think he was in Cambodia and Thailand not so long ago as well. It's funny, we were just talking about visiting the Shetland Islands, and now it's Cambodia.
Yeah. Varied amount of locations.
Quite the polar opposite of the Shetland Islands, I believe.
True that.
Podcast is not quite a Donegal accent, but you two will do. Oh, the Donegal accent. I don't know. I don't want to be too derogatory towards certain accents, but I don't know if they would allow someone from Donegal in here. You won't be able to have a clue what they're saying. Oh, surely. It would be a lot more difficult, because I don't think people have too much difficulty understanding myself or Alan, but there's certain accents around Ireland that would be a bit of a stretch. We get stuck into this heads-up battle here now. I think we've pampered the chat enough for one day, in my opinion.
True that.
Only joking, guys. We'll come crawling back. So 325 picking up a flush draw here on the turn. Because I'm going to call. River is the flush, albeit on a paired board. He's hitting a lot of these hands, isn't he, Alan? Getting there on the turn or the river, as is tradition in PLO. It's tough to play against that. someone has all the chips, they're playing well, and they're hitting willy-nilly. He's hitting a lot of hands back to back. And you see Koza back down to just 12 bigs after doubling up to almost 20. No, I'm saying 42 in the house says, ahoy, ahoy, up she flew.
Just laughing at that.
Sometimes she goes and sometimes she doesn't goes. CW King saying it's like to know the story of where your mod is, but Dan always gets jumpy about backstage drama. I get jumpy. I'm sitting comfortably in my seat. Way the road. Nice to have you with us. No, I'm saying I know you're a big fan of the PLO, the double stuff, the double trouble, the 4 cards instead of 2. You're joining us a bit late in the day, but a wizard arrives precisely when he means to. Nice heads-up battle happening here. Kozub is really up against it, though. Just 12 bigs. Rest of the chips in play belonging to his opponent. So Kozub going to complete with the Queen 665. Kings for Cole Cullen. Apocalypse saying, to be honest, none of us know why. As far as I know, everyone was happy with me as a mod. Ah, you're still a moderator to us. Don't worry.
Gone but not forgotten.
You're one of our favourites. Brilliant at your job. It's hard to get fired from a job where you don't get paid for, so...
Is it really a job?
We're happy to have you here nonetheless. So it goes up, picking up additional equity here on the turn. 42%. Now, is going to check back. River is the 6 of diamonds. Kozub is going to win one. If he gets the showdown. Does River a set, but it's not a great set on that board. In PLO especially. Is going to go for value. We'll take it down now, playing 16.5 bigs. Can't win them all. There'll be some transition if you do end up moving over there, Alan, in the next year or two.
It's just a different experience, man, really, like, more than anything, like, just like, I mean, not that I'm unhappy where I am, but kind of getting to that stage, man, where I just like to venture off on my own behalf and just kind of, not say figure it out for myself, but just experience something different for a little bit of, you know, a year or two is more or less what I'm getting at.
No time like the present. I'm sure you'll go when the time is right.
True that.
Goes up with the Queen 10, 3, 3. Cullen with Ace 8, 4, 3. Flop is King, Queen 7. Goes up with the best of it here by a landslide. Turn is the 9 of clubs. River is the 6 of clubs. Goes up with the check mark. Either player liking this board or this run out.
Probably has to take a stab here. I don't know.
Does he feel compelled to turn his hand into a bluff? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Never has showdown here, to be fair.
We've seen him go for that huge one with the 5 diamonds on board. He's going to bet with very little showdown. All right, Dan Fox says, Dan, make sure you drink some tea to keep that voice perfect. Well, it's going to be a long week. Thanks. Nice for joining, or thanks for joining us. I'll see you tomorrow.
Never. Robot.
We're back for an evening stream tomorrow, guys. If you're liking PLO today, we're just warming up. We've got the 2K PLO, and we are going live tomorrow evening. So you're used to early enough streams, the latest being 2:30 Central European time. Well, tomorrow it will be 6:15 Central European time. 18:15. Wednesday, September the 25th, the final day of the 2K PLO bracelet event number 4. You've been warned. Usually see some stars in a field of that magnitude. They're always lurking and creeping in the corners for these kind of events. Be interesting to see who's in shape for that one and who makes it to the final table. Or could be a few tables left when we get a hold of it. Pocket says, what's the last stream we are doing? We are doing the GG Millions next Tuesday. Not the 50k high roller. So we have the 2k pot limit Omaha tomorrow. We've got the mini main event on Saturday. We have the Colossus next Monday. And Tuesday will be our last stream together, myself and Alan, before the pros take over for the 50k Diamond High Roller. And then, of course, you've got 5 days of the World Series of Poker Europe main event coverage. Spoiled, rotten you guys are with all this amazing content. So that's kind of what way our next week is working, and then I'll be tuning in to watch loads of that main event for sure. I am busy with college work, but I'll make it. I could do something on the side. $300k is the bet here from Koza, but the Ace Jack 7-6 and the King 10-8 flop. 2 pair for Cullen is going to raise. That's enough to take that down, and he's got Koza on the ropes now, under 10 bigs. Just shy of 70 bigs for Cullen. It's going to be very difficult for Koza to come back from this. Ukrainian winning pot after pot. Just look at that sea of chips in front of him. ECW says it's a miscarriage of justice that the voice of Kings, Dan the Man, gets cooked from the main. Hey, some of these guys that are coming in now have 5, 10, 15, 20 years experience. They are company men. They've travelled far and wide all over the world. I don't care who was on before us. I don't care who's on after us. I just show up when it's our time. When I have the mic, it's my time and Alan's time.
Facts.
Alan has to take a lot of days out of his schedule to do this. He's happy to do so, but an extra week on top, Alan, and you would have been stressed. You got to get back to your own work, crushing 500 NL and 1K NL, doing all your content for your own fan base.
I don't mind. I don't mind at all. It's good. It's a good reason, man. It's a once-a-year thing. More than happy to do it. Given we were there last year, once this was mentioned for this year.
Keeps you on your toes once you get the
sure.
call. It's not something you can ever say no to. It's a privilege.
Definitely.
Very grateful that we get to do this. Who knows what the future holds there, ECW King. Thank you for your comment nonetheless. Like I said, if you're enjoying the PLO, you're going to have more PLO tomorrow and lots of Hold'em then for the next 2 weeks. Loads of it. Strata saying we need someone with a Morgan Freeman type of voice. People pay me for the sound of my voice.
That's actually not bad.
Yeah. I don't know how you'd be feeling now if you heard that for 10 hours straight. We'll stick to the program. Nice flop here for Kozub, to say the least. Problem is, Cullen doesn't have much. Sad when you flop that good and don't get any action at all. Ten 8-7 deuce. Complete his option on the button and 8-6-4-3 for Kozub. Ten 9 deuce is the flop, 2 hearts. Colin flopping best. We'll take that one down with a small bet. Jack 8-5 for Kozub. This is probably going to be good enough to just get it in. Oh, now look at this. Colin has dominated with the queens here. Queen 7-4. You're never too dominating PLO. Kozub still has 34% equity to double up to 4.2 million. 66% of the time, we're going to have our champion right here, right now.
Could be it.
This could be it. It's 7-6 deuce. Still 40% equity for Kozub as we hit the turn. O'Cullen not looking too bad. Kozub with 9 outs. Turn is a 5. 3-1 favourite now for the Queen 7-4. Kozub was still 11 outs. River is the 8 of diamonds. No good for Kozub. O'Cullen's got the best of it with the straight here on the river. And we have our champion, folks. Kozub coming up short. Gets a nice, tidy score for second place. But your eventual winner is Vladimir O'Cullen from the Ukraine, winning over €56,000 and that golden bracelet to put around his wrist. That was a fun, action-packed stream. If you're enjoying that one, get back with us for tomorrow. We're starting in the evening time, 6:15 Central European time. Thanks to all the moderators. Thanks to everyone tuning in the chat. If you want to find out additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com for the full World Series of Poker Europe schedule. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.
And on my behalf, lads, appreciate you tuning in. And I will catch you guys tomorrow. I'll be in touch with all the codes with the winners of the 10 that I give away throughout the stream. So keep an eye out for your whispers on Twitch. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for more giveaway of them codes. Peace out. Thanks again. See you soon.